Good morning, everyone. It's June 26th. I know this date very well. It's my birthday. And because it's my birthday, they're letting me chair the meeting. And which you will all regret. So welcome to the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission meeting of June 26, 2024. Will you join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? Where is the flag? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I love doing that. Okay, since I haven't done this for a while, our next thing is a TV announcement from our dedicated clerk, Mr. Villalobos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Happy birthday. Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County Santa Barbara Television, CSB TV, Channel 20, and at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, San Ynez Valley, Santa Maria, and Orcutt areas. Rebroadcast of Planning Commission hearings are on Fridays at 5 p.m. on CSB TV, Channel 20. Today's hearing will also be streamed live on the county's website and then also the county's YouTube channel, and will be available for download in a day or two. Shall I move on to the roll call?
Please do.
All right. Commissioner Cooney,
Here.
Commissioner Reed,
Here.
and then Chair Park.
I am here.
And Commissioner Briley will be absent today, and we do expect Chair Martinez to be here in just a few minutes. He's just running a little late due to a flat tire.
Flat tire, okay. Well, normally we would start with our agenda status report, but I see a new face at the council table. And Ms. Kim, would you tell me who's sitting next to you and why?
Yes, good morning, Chair Park. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Commissioners. I just wanted to take a moment to introduce an intern in the Office of County Counsel. He's just finished up his first year of law school. This is Sean Archibald, and you may recognize Mr. Archibald because he was a planner here in the County of Santa Barbara for a number of years before going to law school, and he presented, I think, to the Planning Commission in the past. So welcome to Mr. Archibald.
Thank you for having me here on your birthday. I appreciate it.
Where are you going to law school?
UC Law, San Francisco. It's formerly known as Hastings.
Very good. Well, I think you made a wrong decision getting into the legal career, having spent most of my life in it and wondering where it went. But good luck and congratulations. All righty. Now you can go on to the agenda status report. Secretary Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First thing on the agenda is to recognize your birthday. So happy birthday.
Thank you.
We'll see how many times we can say that in
I know.
the course of this hearing. In regards to the items on the standard agenda, we have 3 items. The first item is Lompoc Valley Medical Center, and then we have an appeal of the cannabis operation at 3376 Foothill Road, and then we have an appeal of Channel Islands, the YMCA alterations. So staff and I believe the applicants and appellants are ready to present on all those items today. I can move to the projection report.
Please do.
So our next scheduled hearing would have been next week, July 3rd, but we canceled that. So we do not have a meeting next week. So then the following week, July 10th, we will be in Santa Maria. And there are 4 items listed on that agenda. We have the TAT Ventures outdoor cannabis cultivation. Then we have 2 telecom items, one in Ventacopa and then one in Lompoc. And then we have an appeal of a grading of an access road. And again, that's July 10th in Santa Maria. And then we will come back on July 24th, and then that day has been reserved for the continued hearings on the Agricultural Enterprise Ordinance, and that will be here in Santa Barbara on July 24th. July 31st, we have 2 items, appeal of the El Capitan Canyon campground areas, and then the appeal of another cannabis, the Sierra Botanicals. And that hearing will be here in Santa Barbara as well on July 31st. August 7th, we have no items projected, and then August 14th, we have 2 items. The SB Can appeal of the Sentinel Peak Resources Truck Rack project, and then another telecom project in the Santa Maria, or actually Orchid area. And then on August 28th, we also have agendized the TAT Ventures Cannabis. It looks like they'll be looking for a continuation on that. And then on August 28th, we also have the Perkins Place Mixed-Use Development Plan in the Cuyama area. And I believe August 26th, and we also have streamline permitting the coastal zoning ordinance. And that'll be here in Santa Barbara. September 4th, we have outdoor lighting and sign ordinance amendment from long range planning on September 4th. And we don't have anything till the end of the year after that. So that concludes the projection report, Mr. Chair.
Good, I'm sure we'll find something to do. I had some questions about the projection report, but let me ask other commissioners if they had questions, and they can go first. Any questions about the projection report, gentlemen? Okay, so you mentioned the TAT Ventures. I was wondering why it's only 5 minutes on July 10, but it sounds like that's 5 minutes so somebody can come in and request a continuance.
Mr. Chair, that is correct. Since it was agendized, or I think we believed we continued it to that day. And so we will leave it on the agenda, but it'll be to request a continuance to later on in the summer.
Okay. And then the other thing I wanted to ask about is on July 31, one of the items, the first item scheduled is the appeal of the El Capitan Canyon Campground. And we had a somewhat lengthy, no, we didn't have a lengthy hearing on it because it never got started. I can't remember why, but something happened. Yeah, that's right. That's what it was. And then it was continued, and I think it was so there could be some settlement discussions. And I'm just wondering if we have any kind of progress report. Are we expecting a full hearing on July 31, or maybe not, or who knows?
Mr. Chair, I'll have Mr. Seawards respond to that.
Good morning, Commissioners. We are very hopeful. The last we heard that the settlement talks are going well. And I think both sides expressed the desire that this would not be heard, that they're going to settle before. So we're keeping our fingers crossed.
Okay. And it would be nice to know by, let's say, the hearing date of July 24, where we have the AEO, take a more complete status report on the El Capitan one, because I don't want to read everything and get all prepared for it and then find out, oh, we really did settle it.
Understood. Yep.
Okay. Oh, and Commissioner Cooney, you have a question, don't you, on the projection report?
I do, Mr. Chair. The September 4 meeting, hadn't paid attention to this before, but
September 4?
that coincides with an out-of-town meeting that I will have to attend. And I see the only item on that agenda is the outdoor lighting and sign ordinance amendments. I'm hopeful that staff might be able to arrange that hearing be conducted on a different date than September 4. But if not, I'll just have to miss the meeting.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Cooney, we'll work with staff on looking at alternative dates on that.
Is this ordinance coming out of the effort by WeWatch to get a lighting ordinance?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I believe this has been on the long-range work program for many years.
Like a decade.
Yeah, I think Commissioner Blau had talked about it several times.
Yeah.
And so we're finally getting to that spot on our long-range work program. And so that's what's coming forward, is a change in both the lighting and the sign ordinances.
Well, I didn't even know we had the FTEs to even do these things. So that's amazing. But if they've waited 10 years, I think we could wait another week or two to accommodate Commissioner Cooney's schedule. And since he's the only one who's been here that long, that I think it's important that he be here for this ordinance.
I wouldn't miss it for anything,
I know, you wouldn't.
except one thing.
It'd be like a ceremony. So, okay. Now we're on to, let's see. public comment. And public comment at this stage is not public comment on anything that's on the agenda. In fact, it's reserved for things that are not on the agenda. And we schedule a total of 15 minutes for public comment, and I asked anybody doing the public comment at this stage, limit to 3 minutes. That being said, do we have anyone here who wants to speak on something that is not on the agenda today? It doesn't look like it. And Mr. Villalobos, do we have anybody on line or whatever we call it that would like to do this, as far as you know?
Mr. Chair, I do not see any hands raised for public comment at this time. I just want to point out, though, that prior to the hearing, I did email, I think, 2 general public comment letters to the commission, and those are posted online as well.
Okay, that's right. Actually, let's speak to that just for a moment. Normally, when we get a public comment letter, it's, you know, a page long or something, but this was something that was, these are several very lengthy letters dealing with planning issues in Isla Vista as part of a class, reflected a lot of work by some committed students, and I think they were directed by former long-range planning Deputy Director Dan Clemon. So I just wonder if we can give them more time to discuss that sometime than a 3-minute public comment letter. Or no, they don't even talk to that. So I don't know if they want a workshop or want to come in and talk about it, but given all the work they've done, I'm kind of a mind, I would enjoy watching a presentation. So that being said, can somebody communicate from that to whoever sent it and see what they want to do? Good, thank you. I see a lot of nodding heads. So you must think it's a great idea, of course. Let's go on to Planning Commissioner's informational reports. Anybody want to report anything? Flat tire, traffic, closure of 154, anything? No, okay. I have a rhetorical question for you, Commissioner Cooney. Are you and I going to still be alive when the Highway 101 projects finish and 154 gets repaired?
As you know,
It's a rhetorical
started in Carpinteria when we were children.
Yes.
And it's creeped all the way past Montecito and is headed for the last stage, but that may be lengthy, so I wouldn't place a bet.
Well, I've been complaining all year about how hard it is to get to Santa Barbara on 154, and now that it's shut down for some indefinite period, it took me an hour and a half to get here today. It's just, but I'm so happy to be in Santa Barbara and see everybody. Let's go on to the minutes of June 12, 2024. Does anyone have any comments on those minutes?
Yes,
Commissioner Reed.
I have a suggestion, just a wording change. If you look under the Planning Commissioner's Informational Reports section, relative to Commissioner Park and I, the meeting we had with Environmental Health Services relative to water and sanitation needs of campgrounds and things. I notice it accurately says we met with staff to flesh out how EHS would be involved. Could we change that to determine? Sure. Okay.
I like flesh out. I think
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
that's very clever.
yeah.
But if you really want it, we can change it.
Thank you.
Okay. And Commissioner Cooney,
I just will state that I found a very minor missing word, which I spoke to Mr. Villalobos about. It's already been corrected.
you weren't going to add away, so it was flush away any concern.
No.
No, okay. So which one of you would love to make a motion to approve these minutes?
I'll move the approval of the minutes of the June 12th meeting as amended.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. And we're on to our director's report.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. It has been one heck of a morning so far, I would say. There must be some gremlins out there.
And my driver's license expires today, so I gotta really go find some time.
I do want to say happy birthday to our
Oh,
acting chair today.
Thank you.
And there are some cupcakes over there for the planning
Excellent.
commission and the staff. For
Excellent.
you, we'll can celebrate after lunch. I have just a brief report today. The Board of Supervisors approved the Orcutt Park lighting on the 18th last week, and then there was a second reading this week, so that is complete. And then the other item I just wanted to mention is that Commissioner Bridley had requested that the long-range planning staff come back and talk a little bit more about the process for permitting some of the new housing that's authorized under the housing element. And we are trying to figure out a date, but it's looking like we want to try and come in July. So I spoke to Mr. Tuttle about that, and we will get on one of your dates as soon as we possibly can.
Wait, so you're thinking we would discuss that in July? There'd be,
Yeah, so we will come back and have a presentation just about what that process looks like in July.
you know, I'm getting a lot of questions, requests from public and from applicants and their agents on just this subject. So I
Okay.
think it's going to be great to discuss it so people understand how it all works.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised we could put that together by July.
Well,
can.
yeah,
But
that's
I-
why
but I wanna-
that's why I'm saying July. We're not sure about the date yet. It might be towards the end of July.
But I'd suggest find a way to really get notice out to people, public outreach, so that
It's a good idea.
I don't want to have the
Yeah.
workshop and then have people ask us, well, when are you thinking of doing this? And they missed it. So however that works.
Yeah, I think the more we talk about it, the better, because even though we have talked about it in some hearings, I think it's hard for people to understand the difference between the types of projects and which projects are going to have a discretionary permit, which projects are not going to have a discretionary permit, and why. So, yeah, no, I think that's a great idea to get some information out and noticing to people that we're going to be having a discussion at the PC about it.
Well, there's a lot of anxiety about different projects, probably anxiety in general about the housing element, but even about specific projects. And if folks realize that there is considerable opportunity for further input as these go through the process, especially the ones that will require discretionary hearings, and some will,
Right.
I think it'll be a good thing.
Yeah, and if they're discretionary, there will be more opportunity. If they're ministerial, there's, as by design from the state, there's much less.
Certainly.
Yep.
Okay.
And then just to report on future board items, we have the climate action plan going to the board on the 16th. That's, of course, the lead on that is the Community Services Department, but P&D is supporting them and will be at the hearing. And then the Babbitt appeal, which was not heard by your commission, which is an appeal regarding a historic structure, is scheduled to be heard by the board on the 16th also. We're hoping to resolve that. He made it. Congratulations. I know.
I love construction.
I know.
Did you have to change the tire yourself?
No,
Oh, that's good.
got back to it.
Good.
I'd like to ask you to address one more thing from the Board
Sure.
of Supervisors. It's not really a planning commission matter, but it relates so much to what we do, and it's the cannabis tax,
Oh, yes.
okay? And it kind of took some surprising zigs and zags if I read about it correctly in the paper, but I'm always wondering if I read about things correctly. So
Yes.
if you could just report on that, I'd sure appreciate it.
Yes. Mr. Chair, I was not present at the hearing. I also read about it in the paper, but did speak to some folks in the CEO's office. and one of the board members. But essentially, they're not going to be doing any revisions to the way that cannabis is taxed. I think there was a decision to move forward with putting a TOT tax on the ballot. And I believe what I understood was you can't have both of them on the ballot at the same time. And so the cannabis, if they want to change the taxation, probably will come up in another 2 years. So nothing is going to change for now. That is my understanding of the outcome.
Okay. Well, that's how government works.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Are you ready for me to hand the baton back over to you,
Sure.
Commissioner Martinez?
Yes. Are we just going to go, is that the conclusion of your report?
Yeah, I don't have anything
All
more.
you have to say is, Mr. Villalobos, you please reading the first item on the standard agenda.
Oh, we already did the minutes and everything? Okay, perfect. All right, let's move on to the first item then. Thank you.
Do you want this chair, or do you care?
I'm fine.
Okay, good.
Why move around right now?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of Lompoc Valley Medical Center to consider case number 23 CUP 30, 23 AMD 8, and to accept the previously mitigated negative declaration, case number 16 NGD 19, as adequate environmental review for case numbers 24 CUP 5 and 24 CUP 6, pursuant to section 15162 of the state guidelines for the implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act.
Well, this is the time we would ask for any ex parte communications of the commissioners. Disclosure of that, if any. Doesn't look like any, so I'm going to go straight to staff.
Good morning, members of the commission. Happy birthday, Commissioner Park. My name is Adam, and I'll be presenting an overview of the proposed medical services clinic facility for Lompoc Valley Medical Center. Here's a vicinity map to orient you to the project site. As you can see in this aerial image, the subject property is located on the corner of Burton Mesa Boulevard and Constellation Road in the Vandenberg Village area. The property takes access from 3 existing driveways via Burton Mesa Boulevard and Constellation Road. The property is 2.70 acres and is located in the C2 zone district. Here's a view of the subject property from Constellation Road looking west. Here's another view from Burton Mesa Boulevard looking south. The project is a request for a conditional use permit to allow a medical services clinic or medical clinic in an existing 16,000 square foot office building formerly occupied by Coast Hills Credit Union. Additionally, the applicant is requesting an amendment to development plan case number 02 DVP 34 to accommodate changes to the existing development plan project description. Subject property was originally developed in the mid-1980s with a development plan that permitted the construction of a 14,500 square foot structure for banking offices. In 2003, a revised development plan allowed for the construction of a new 16,000 square foot structure for additional administrative space for the credit union use. The applicant has requested this conditional use permit and amendment to expand the healthcare services of the Vandenberg Village area. The scope of work proposed is limited to interior renovations. No new additions are proposed as a part of this project. As previously mentioned, the scope of work is limited to interior renovations. Specifically, the clinic use is proposed in the existing 16,000 square foot structure, and the applicant is renovating space in the existing portion shown in bold. The proposed medical clinic includes a variety of patient and exam rooms, as well as accessory spaces for blood draws and lab tests. No new grading, new impervious surfaces, or new exterior lighting are proposed as part of the project. However, the existing landscaping areas will be restored to match the landscaping plan approved with case number 02 DVP 34. New signage is also proposed under a separate permit. Existing parking includes a total of 141 spaces, which exceeds the parking requirement for the 14,500 square foot credit union facility, where 49 spaces are required, and for the 16,000 square foot building to be used as a medical clinic, where 80 spaces are required. Additionally, Public Works Transportation Division reviewed the proposed project and found that the new medical clinic use will result in a lower trip generation than the existing use. Finally, Vandenberg Village Community Service District, or VVCSD, reviewed the proposed project and provided an intent to serve letter to continue to supply the project with water and sewer services. The project was analyzed and found to be consistent with the policies of the comprehensive plan, including the land use and noise elements. A complete discussion of these standards and policies, along with the project consistency analysis, is discussed in section 6.2 of the staff report. The project is also compliant with all applicable land use development code requirements, including commercial C2 zone development standards, such as setbacks, parking standards, storage and trash enclosures, and commercial landscaping requirements. A complete discussion of these standards and policies are also discussed in section 6.3 of the staff report. On October 8, 2003, a mitigated negative declaration, or MND, was adopted for the 16,000 square foot Vandenberg Federal Credit Union expansion. Because an MND was previously adopted for the project site, CEQA Guidelines Section 15162 applies. Section 15162 states that when a negative declaration has been adopted for a project, no subsequent environmental impact report or negative declaration shall be prepared for the project if the project does not meet certain conditions. In summary, because no new impacts have occurred within respect to the project, no subsequent EIR or ND shall be prepared. For a full discussion, please see Attachment A in the findings and Attachment C in the previously adopted MND. Staff recommends your commission take the following actions. 1, make the required findings for approval, including CEQA findings. 2, determine that the previously adopted MND fulfills the environmental review requirement for case numbers 23 CUP 30 and 23 AMD 8 pursuant to CEQA section 15162. And 3, approve the project subject to the conditions of approval. A full text of our recommendations is shown on the slide above. And this will conclude staff's presentation, and we are available for any questions. The applicant team, Lompoc Valley Medical Center, and their representatives are also available for any questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Reed? Yes.
Okay, I have a few questions. I will just start off and kind of work our way through the staff report and
Sure.
the other attachments. Well, right off, I mean, it seems like a very straightforward and well-planned project, yes, but right off, first, I would like to just begin that throughout the document, as I mentioned the other day, could we change the spelling to Vandenberg to ERG, not URG?
Yeah, we can, staff can, excuse me, Commissioner through the chair, we can make sure that the correct spelling of Vandenberg is updated in the action letter. So that's
okay.
for the record.
Then just working beyond, it appears, no external changes, only landscaping changes. Most of the other changes just going to be internal to the building, so that's fine. Parking seems to be adequate. I will come back to that in a second. And in terms of the mitigated negative declaration, none of the conditions have been arisen that would result in that being considered inadequate, so I would certainly assume that is appropriate. Next, page 11 of the staff report, you're talking about the non-residential parking standards, where the parking standards are 1 space per 200 square feet of gross floor area. If we go down to the next paragraph, if you look at section 35.360 on page 11, next paragraph says consistent. Second line of that, it says 1 parking place per 300 square feet. Could we correct that to 200?
Yes, thank you. Commissioner through the chair will make that correction.
Okay, that's good. And moving on to findings. I do notice on page, this is a minor one, page A2, if you look at administrating findings for a conditional use permit, item 2.0, conditional has an extra I in it.
Sure, we'll make that correction too.
Okay, no
Thank you.
problem. Now, just looking on the next page, page A3, we talk about storage and trash enclosures. They're completely enclosed. Is that going to be locked or anything? I mean, they meet requirements for a C2 zone district. Since it's a medical facility, I was just wondering that certain types might be tempted. They won't know that, you know, they might be tempted to rummage through them.
Sure, yeah, Commissioner, through the chair, that's a good question. Not familiar with if the trash enclosure is currently locked or if LVMC has plans to lock it, but that could be a good question for LVMC.
Yeah, since I realize there are not going to be any sharps or biohazard material in them, but, you know, they're still tempting for kids or other people who might decide to dig through there. Now, just a general question, page A4, since there are no more vehicle trips going to be generated, you know, it says there's no traffic study required. Just out of my curiosity, in the next project, it says, because it generates more than 110 average daily trips, screened from analyzing potential impacts to vehicle mile traveled, because it's located in a VMT efficient area for employment. What's that mean? What's a VMT efficient area for employment?
Chair Martinez, Commissioner Reed, there are certain areas in the county where there's housing located nearby, and so locating more commercial centers where there's job opportunities in proximity to residential, it lowers vehicle miles traveled because people can live close to where they work. And so there are certain areas in the county that are identified that way. There are also areas that are residentially efficient to place more residential because of their proximity to.
So who determines that, and how is it determined?
So when the new thresholds for vehicle miles traveled were adopted, that's when that study was done, and I think long-range planning worked closely with SBCAG to ensure they used the models from SBCAG to establish those.
So with respect to the usual sorts of complaints we hear about changes, this has more than adequate parking and actually a reduced impact in terms of trips. Sound like two benefits to me. Okay. Another question about page A8. It's in attachment A. It's talking about, last paragraph, the mitigated negative declaration continues to be adequate environmental review. Do you suppose it would be good to change it to either be an adequate environmental review or to provide adequate environmental review? Sounds to me like there's a word missing. It's grammatically awkward the way it's printed. Take your choice, either one. But
Sure, we can explore a different language for that.
Okay, then in the item right below it, second word, it's supposed to be because the project, it says key project, so we need a T in there. Not to pick at nits, but I think since it's official thing, we need to get them correct. Okay,
Commissioner, through the chair, we'll make those changes.
thank you. Okay. Oh, I could get into the noise during construction hours. Page B3 in the conditions. Now, I know this is pretty common boilerplate used for almost every project, but when we're looking at item 5, noise construction hours, okay, if we look at second paragraph, no construction shall occur on weekends or state holidays, non-noise generating interior construction activities such as plumbing, electrical, drywall, and painting, and then in parentheses, which it should be do not instead of does not. Can we change that? And then just to go on, it says include, so it would be do not include the use of compressors, tile saws, or other noise generating equipment. Could we just eliminate the word tile and put power saws, since there's plenty of other kinds of saws besides tile saws that make noise? And then just so it make it correct. It's just talking about making noise on the weekend. We don't want any, if it's taping sheetrock or something, that's fine, but we don't want them with power saws or probably power nailers, or, so why not just power saws to cover all kinds of saws.
Commissioner Reed, so to be clear, you would like to allow, I'm looking at number 5. It says tile saws. If you, could you please, we're trying to figure out,
Just take out the word tile and put in the word power,
okay,
because there's plenty of other kinds of electrical saws, chop saws, radial arm saws, everything else that make a lot of noise, not just a tile saw.
so, okay, you would like all saws limited.
Take the word tile out and put in the word power. Power saws, which are the kind people are worried about. If it's a hand saw, it doesn't make enough noise to bother anybody.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think our read of this is other noise-generating equipment could cover all types of saws, but if.
It should. But, I mean, it could even cover hammers, because sometimes somebody, swinging a big, heavy framing hammer, which is
Okay.
non-powered, can be irritating. So
Yeah.
you just want it quiet on the
Yep.
weekends.
Sure, okay,
So,
we
okay.
can make that change, not a problem.
Then I noticed the APCD letter, say everything is fine. Just a question for clarification. There's not going to be an auxiliary generator associated with this building. I mean, a lot of medical facilities, hospitals, clinics, things like that often have a backup generator in case of a power failure. This is not going to have one.
Commissioner, through the chair, we'll defer to the applicant if their facility requires a backup generator.
Okay, because I used to be on APCD committee, so I'm familiar. We always inventoried all the fixed sites, which included generators, which kind of raises my attention on these sort of issues. One last minor question about traffic mitigation fees, to which this is not subject. But since it says, the applicant, normally the applicant would be required to pay a fee for each new peak hour trip, but this not apply here, but just if anybody's listening has an interest, what would a typical fee be for a one peak hour trip? Because we hear talks about enormous traffic mitigation fees for like a mini market or typically what are they, or do they vary by the type of business?
Chair Martinez, Commissioner Reed, they vary based on the area that you're in. So there's the countywide fees, and then there's specific fees for the Orchid area and the Goleta area that are established in the community plans. In this case, there are fewer peak hour trips generated by the new use, which is why Public Works didn't assess a new fee. I mean, we could pull the fee schedule that's online. I want to say it's in the general county area around in the neighborhood of $700 to $900 per peak hour trip, in that neighborhood.
How much again?
Ballpark, $700 to $900 each. Yeah,
Okay.
That's a best guess based on my
Okay,
the capacity of my memory, but
There's nothing to do with this, but it's strictly for my own edification since it comes up from time to time. My last comment about this is I notice in the plans, they call this the 16,000 square foot area. All the changes are internal, but the convention is, it's referred to as an addition. Even because most people see addition, they think, oh, bigger footprint, more grading and things, but I just noticed that's in the plan. That's more of a rhetorical question than something that requires a real definitive answer, so.
It's not technically an addition. However, in this case, they'd previously gotten approval for a 900 square foot like secondary suite, and the remainder of the 16,000 square feet was part of the Coast Hills operation. They've been operating with both buildings together, but now they're expanding that secondary suite to encompass the whole 16,000 square foot building. So in that sense, the secondary commercial suite is being added to from the remainder of the
Yeah,
other
those are-
structure.
Those are questions I have with respect to this report and the materials in it. The project, as I said, looks like a very good one. I do have some other questions regarding the operational aspects of the clinic, but I think I'll reserve those to ask to the applicant. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for the staff from the commissioners? Mr. Park?
Mr. Orta, just looking at the first page of the staff report where it's got the aerial photo, it looks like to the south it's empty fields, is that right?
Commissioner, through the chair, that's correct. It's a vacant as of now.
And then to the east, it's other commercial across Constellation Boulevard, is that right?
That is correct. That, I believe, is zoned C2, if I'm not mistaken.
And then to the north, on the adjoining corner, that looks like that's commercial.
Correct.
So I'm looking for where there's residential nearby. It looks like to the west, is that residential?
Correct, Commissioner, through the chairs. To the west, there's senior apartments. It's zone DR20.
Okay. I just think we should think of the context, the setting here when we're talking about noise generation during the weekend. I think inside, people use saws and things, and I don't know if anybody will hear it, if there's anybody to hear it. I don't know. I don't think we're here to discuss a general standard condition we'd impose on all construction projects. We just need to be careful when we think about that. Other thing, and it's kind of a rhetorical question, and I don't know, Mr. Order, were you involved in any of the Magnolia Shopping Center CUPs? We had about half a dozen of them. And Commissioner Blau and I would ask the same question. Why are we going through this to have a CUP for a new dance studio, karate studio, rock climbing walls, etc.? And we asked the same dumb question, and it was dumb because we knew that it's required in the zoning law, but since we asked it so much, eventually we wound up changing the zoning law. And so I'm kind of reminded of this here. This seems like a straightforward project. I think, did you say that, Mr. Reed? Somebody said that. And it seems like it's very beneficial to the community. And I'm just wondering, why are we forcing the applicant to spend the money, time, and anxiety of going through a conditional use permit for this? And I know it's because that's what the zoning law says, but maybe you could have just addressed that a little bit. Why are we doing that? Maybe Mr. Stewart's, he's heard me ask this a million times, so.
Point heard and taken to heart. I have actually had kickoff meetings with long range planning to talk about the ministerial project by right. And these are exactly the type of issues that we're talking about. These already built structures or multi-tenant commercial and what uses can be by right. So we've heard you, we agree. The process is starting. It just may take a little while for us to get that code change in there.
I think we've seen that with C2 and other zones where the language is a little antiquated. And I can't remember the project, it was months ago, where, again, we were all surprised to find out it was, I think it's when we were looking at highway commercial and some of that kind of thing. So, okay, I've spoken my piece. Thank you, Chair.
Any other questions? All right. Then it looks like we'll go to the applicant, if he has a present. Yes, please.
Oh.
No, keep. You gotta keep pressing it.
Here, you hear me now? Good. No, it's really a new experience for me. I've never done anything like this before, but I do want to start off by thanking the Planning Commission for the opportunity to.
Could I stop you right there really quick?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Could you announce who you are?
Oh, yeah, I certainly was going to
Thank
get
you.
to that, but again, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Randy Michelle. I'm a head and neck surgeon. Been practicing up in the Lompoc area since 1977. I'm currently the chief medical officer at Lompoc Valley Medical Center. And with me today is our CEO, Mr. Steve Popkin, and our COO/CNO, Yvette Cope, who is our CEO, will take the reins back in September. So hopefully, I'm not sure how these things go, but my initial thought, if you agree, was just to give you some comments on why and how we got to this place. and then hopefully be able to answer all the questions you have, if that's agreeable. I don't really have any super prepared remarks, but the bottom line is about 7 years ago, we started having problems in Lompoc and I think most places. There were financial constraints on physicians in private practice, and we started to see an outmigration of physicians, lack of people in the area. So one of the local medical groups came to the hospital about 6.5 years ago and wanted to try to partner with the hospital so we could have a clinic situation, which we'd never had before. So the hospital at that point actually bought the Valley Medical Clinic building, and we started off, that became Lompoc Health, which is an outpatient services. And we started off with 4 primary care physicians, a general surgeon, and 1 PA, physician's assistant. Subsequently, we had the Sansom Medical Clinic withdrew from Lompoc, and the hospital actually purchased their building. So then we had a building, and we went into a rapid expansion phase. So since the last 6 years now, we're up to 50 providers. We've opened all kinds of new service lines and whatnot. We have 2 multi-specialty clinics in town. We have a medical oncology clinic in town, a counseling center. So Lompoc Health has really grown quite a bit. With this growth, the demand has actually gone up steadily. This past year in our clinics, when the fiscal year closes at the end of this week, we will have probably seen 105,000 visits, which is up 5,000 from last year. And what's happened, we had, like I say, new service lines, we introduced bariatric surgery, spine surgery, a bunch of things. And right now, we're hurting for space and for access to patient care. The base is expanding. We're getting more work from them, SpaceX and whatnot. There's been increased SED count participants, and we're trying to serve the whole community. We have a drawing area of about 60,000 people. And right now, at the present time, if you're a new patient wanting to make a visit one of our internists, the wait can be 3 to 4 months. For family medicine, probably 6 to 8 weeks. So the whole reason for this expansion last year, we purchased this building with the idea that we could bring more primary care and specialists to the area. So we'd like to do this in kind of a phased approach with financial constraints of what we can do at one time, but we'd like to convert that, eventually that whole 16,000 square feet into more medical services, which will include kind of a walk-in urgent care type of thing like we have downtown, as well as more pediatrics, family medicine, internal medicine, and things of that nature. So right now, we have another general surgeon, another OB doctor coming to town this summer, and we're running out of space to put anybody. So we're kind of behind the 8 ball. I suspect we'll probably have to rent some space until we can get this project completed. But that's kind of how we got where we are right now. So we'd certainly be happy to hopefully answer any questions you have.
Commissioner Reed.
Hi, thank you for being here today. I had a few questions. I'm pretty familiar with the medical community in Lompoc. Called on it for a number of years, a couple of decades ago, and know the area always seemed a bit underserved. So I think your expansion, I think the community is well served by your expansion plans. And I'd wondered when I was reading this, I thought I'd heard a few years ago you'd acquired Valley Medical Group, a Valley Medical Clinic. So I applaud your growth and your service. With respect to the new, this new item, the new clinic out in Vandenberg Village, I noticed you have an urgent care side with, going to have 9 exam rooms, and then your medical side. How many providers are going to be working there at any one time, or do you?
Well, we anticipate starting with having probably 3 primary care physicians and 2 people in urgent care. And then we'd like to move our ear, nose, and throat services out there because of the size of the offices we have in town really aren't adequate. With all the new technology and new scopes and computers and whatnot, the exam rooms aren't big enough. So we wanted to move those folks out to make room in town for more primary care. We're kind of moving the deck chairs around, if you will, to try to accommodate the different
Was
sites.
that old, your ENT now, is that like at 1111 East Ocean, or that one of those bigger, older buildings right there?
1111 East Ocean is kind of, that's just kind of a condominium medical project that has, there are no ENT doctors in there.
Okay. So you're going to have new ENT services in the village.
Right.
So the specialties you're going to have, they're going to be family practice, internal medicine. Are you going to have any peds out there?
We actually are in the process of trying to recruit another pediatrician as well, which will probably, one of our it was interesting you're talking about where people live. Everybody wants to go to the village from downtown because a lot of the docs live out there. So one of our pediatricians actually wants to go out there.
Okay, good, yeah, because one of my other questions is where are your physicians going to be? Are you going to recruit a number of new physicians, or are the ones in town now going to also work out there?
We're going to do both. We actually need probably another 5 or 6 primary care type physicians, pediatrics, internal medicine, and family medicine.
Okay, yeah, because I can see we're having those services in the village would be great for people in Vandenberg Village, Mission Hills, those areas. Because I know the trip isn't long, but I'm sure they'd rather prefer to get their care there than to have to drive into Lompoc.
Right.
So then you have a number of mid-levels there as well.
Yes, we will. Right now in all our clinics, we have about 15 mid-levels, some specialists and some generalists. And we'll probably, usually with staff urgent care, we'll put a mid-level with each physician in an urgent care.
Okay. And what the operating hours again are going to be?
Well, it's pretty much going to be 8 to 5.
Okay.
The plan right now, our urgent care downtown runs 9 o'clock in the morning till 9 in the evening. I don't know how that's going to work out. Right now, we're pretty much maxed out. We're seeing about 450 visits a week on our urgent care downtown. So we think that we'd like to take some pressure off of that. I don't know what the hours will be just yet. We'll probably start off just as a walk-in 8 to 5 kind of thing to start with,
Okay.
or 8 to 6.
Okay, well, great, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Do any commissioners have any, other commissioners have any questions? No? Well, thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
And staff, do you have anything to follow up in regards to that, or?
No, at this time. Thank you.
All right. So I believe it's before us right now for deliberations. Commissioner Reed? this is in-
Mr. Chair, I think we skipped public comment.
Oh, I didn't see any public comment on my thing, so I just assumed.
I don't have any hands
Oh.
raised either, but I just want to make sure that we ask.
Okay, assumptions should be made real. Understood. Okay, Commissioner Reed.
Okay, well, as I said, I think it is a fine project. Seems to fit a significant existing need. Seems to meet all of our development standards and requirements very well. Does not necessitate any new involvement as far as CEQA. That's fully acceptable. So at this point, my recommendation would be that I would be very inclined to recommend the actions listed by staff, make the required findings of approval, determine that the mitigated negative declaration is adequate, and move ahead to approve the project.
Mr. Chair, and Commissioners, thank you, Commissioner Reed, for the motion. Before we finish, there were a number of items that Commissioner Reed identified during his questions. Some of those were text changes for findings, and I think there was a condition of approval for noise, the tile versus power saw. So just want to clarify, does your motion include those revisions to the findings and the condition? And we just need the commission to vote on those
Yeah,
changes.
If we included those minor typographic and wording revisions, that would be conditional to my recommendation that we approve.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson, for that. So do I have other commissioners, any words, any comments? Or approvals or seconds? Commissioner Parr?
Yes. Just a preliminary thing, I think if we look at the history of medical facilities in this whole county, we see they're generated from different sources, but sometimes it's just medical practitioners getting together and seeing a need in the community and doing that. And it's something I've always admired because, I knew the doctors that put together the Glida Valley Hospital. And you take busy practitioners, and then they decide to commit finances and an enormous amount of time organizing something, and I'm just amazed. And I'm very pleased that you folks are doing this. I think it's a wonderful community project. You should be proud of yourselves. And I'm glad to second the motion. I I'd caution Commissioner Reed to keep the changes as few as possible. I personally would leave the tile saws alone just because of the context, but I'll second your motion however you want to make it. But I think it'll all flow faster the fewer the changes we have to keep track of. So there you are.
And Commissioner Cooney, if you have any words before we take a vote?
No, I reviewed the project as all of us did, and I told someone interested in the second item on our agenda that this was an easy one to decide. It'd probably take about half an hour, and it's turned out to be very interesting. Appreciate the questions and the responses, and also the mission. So I'm fully supportive of the motion made by, or to be made by, Commissioner Reed.
Thank you. And my only comment, obviously, by my own actions and words, is I just think this is a straightforward, good project. I agree with Commissioner Park. The expense of coming through and doing all this, it kind of baffles me, but I understand it's a code situation in regards to it, and I wish all the luck in regards to this. Obviously, I'm going to vote for an affirmative, and finding the doctors is the hardest thing. That is hard. I think everybody's looking for the same thing, and wish you the best. So, are we ready to take that we have a vote? We have a motion, we have a second, so we're ready to take a vote.
Commissioner Cooney,
Aye.
Commissioner Park,
Aye.
Commissioner Reed,
Aye.
and Chair Martinez.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0.
Okay. Congratulations. And the next item on our agenda, Commissioners, I'm going to look to you. I know I walked in late because of my situation. Would you guys like to take a 5-minute break before we start launching into this one, or just start and get some of it?
I do think then the second item will take quite a bit of time, so it might be wise to take a break before we
Okay,
start.
let's take a quick restroom break for 10 minutes. Thank you. Good morning and welcome back to today's Planning Commission meeting. We are moving on to our second item on our agenda. Mr. Villalobos?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following item is the hearing on the request of a group of appellants, Las Conchas Homeowners Association and neighbors to consider case number 23 APL 14, an appeal of the Planning and Development Department's director's decision to approve case number 19 CDP 39. And after considering the environmental review documents, including state CEQA checkline guideline section 15164C4 checklist for commercial cannabis land use entitlement and licensing applications, determined that that no subsequent environmental review, impact report, or negative declaration will be prepared for the project.
Thank you. And I'll ask any commissioners if they have any ex-parte communications. This is the time to state them out. Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have one conference to report yesterday, a Zoom meeting with Stacy Woot, consultant, and with Josh Lynn, attorneys for the applicants.
Any other commissioners? Commissioner Reed.
Yes, I had a team meeting on Monday or Tuesday with Stacy Wooten and Josh Lynn representing the Island View.
Okay, so I don't see Commissioner Parks' light on, so we'll move on to staff.
Good morning, Chair Martinez and members of the Commission. I'm Steve Connor, and I'll be presenting the appeal of the Island View Mixed Light Cannabis Cultivation and Processing Project. Project site is located at 3376 Foothill Road in Carpinteria. As you can see in this aerial image, the existing property and structure is located near the northern end. Sorry. Here we go. I could skip back one slide just to make sure. Okay, yeah. There we go. At 3376 Foothill Road in Carpinteria, as you can see in this aerial image, the existing property and structure is located near the northern end of a parcel in an agricultural area north of Highway 101. These photos are taken from the western edge of the property along Foothill Road. Public views of the existing greenhouses are mostly limited to the portion of Foothill Road immediately adjacent and to and west of the greenhouses as shown on the bottom photo and the photo on the right. Before your commission today is an appeal of the Mixed Light Cannabis Cultivation and Processing Project by Las Conchas Homeowners Association, aka the Polo Condos. The project is a request to allow a total of 1.92 acres of mixed light commercial cannabis cultivation within existing greenhouses. The proposed cannabis operations will be located within a fence with security lighting and cameras, landscape screening along Foothill, and designated parking spaces. The hours of operation will be from 6:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. daily, and there will be 25 full-time employees. The project includes minor tenant improvements such as new interior partitions for offices and other rooms, security improvements, blackout curtains. The project will also include an expansion of the odor abatement system, including carbon filtration for the processing rooms. There will be no substantial structural changes or changes in square footage other than removal of unpermitted hardscape and a couple of temporary structures. The CDP will validate approximately 12,000 square foot of existing greenhouse through a building permit. The existing greenhouse structure was permitted by a land use rider and constructed in 1973 and historically used for commercial nursery uses. The greenhouse is currently used for both cannabis and non-cannabis activities, including commercial nurseries. There are a few non-cannabis commercial nurseries and nursery sales currently operating under lease agreements. Island View Ranch is currently cultivating medicinal cannabis under three provisional licenses from the California Department of Cannabis Control. Here's the proposed site plan, which shows the existing greenhouse and nursery operations and proposed cannabis operations. The green dashed line represents the proposed cannabis operations that will be surrounded by a perimeter fence that separates the non-cannabis operations that will continue on the remainder of the property. The existing entry gate at Foothill Road will be moved eastward approximately 15 feet to comply with the Public Works Transportation Division and Caltrans setback requirements. The designated parking will be near the southeast corner of the greenhouse. The main greenhouse entrance will remain at the southwest corner. As mentioned in the previous slide, the existing greenhouse will undergo minor tenant improvements and include the proposed mixed light cultivation, nursery, and processing, as well as existing bathrooms and office. And finally, 12,000 square feet of existing as-built greenhouse bay will be validated with building permits. And that was the last orange rectangle there that popped up. Got a little bit ahead of myself. In the first appeal issue, the appellants assert that the current cultivation of cannabis for medicinal use is illegal because they falsified an affidavit that they were cultivating on or before January 19th, 2016. The appellants also assert that their observation of the cannabis cultivation in November of 2021 indicated a larger footprint than their observation around January 19th, 2016. In response, the Planning and Development Department does not review the authenticity of these affidavits. This review was completed by the County Executive Office. The legal non-conforming use would become legal conforming use with approval of this CDP. In the second appeal issue, the appellant asserts that there are existing zoning and building violations on the parcel and that the applicant will not likely attempt to comply with zoning and building code because they have not made any attempt to bring the parcel back into compliance in the intervening time. In response, the CDP will convert the legal non-conforming use to a legal conforming use and will abate violations by bringing unpermitted development into full compliance with all applicable zoning uses, setbacks, and other applicable provisions of the coastal zoning ordinance. Furthermore, the project will be required to comply with the conditions of approval, which will include ongoing permit compliance monitoring. Non-compliance could result in revocation of the approved CDP. In the third appeal issue, the appellant asserts that the existing cannabis operations in the area have created an odor nuisance for the surrounding residential development. The appellants assert that approval of the Island View project will exacerbate an existing odor nuisance when combined with the odor emitted from nearby Vista Verde cannabis cultivation, as well as others. The appellants also assert that the proposed odor abatement plan is insufficient, making it likely that odors will be detectable outside of property boundaries. In response, the project includes implementation of an OAP that is consistent with code requirements to prevent odor from being experienced in residential zones. The proposed odor abatement plan for the Island View Ranch cannabis cultivation meets all coastal zoning ordinance requirements and includes carbon filters in the processing area and vapor phase in the greenhouse areas. The project will be subject to odor abatement plan inspections by permit compliance staff and the county's odor consultant. The proposed cannabis mixed light cultivation use was found to be within the scope of the program EIR for the Cannabis Land Use Ordinance and Licensing Program. A checklist was prepared and no additional environmental review is required. The proposed project is consistent with the comprehensive plan, including the Toro Canyon Community Plan, which covers policies related to adequate surfaces, visual resource protection, agriculture, hillside, and watershed protection, groundwater resources, noise, traffic, circulation, and parking. The applicant obtained a commitment letter for water service from the Carpinteria Valley Water District, and the proposed use was reviewed by Public Works Department, the Fire Department, and Environmental Health Services. The proposed project is a mixed light cannabis cultivation use allowed under a coastal development permit, and the use is consistent with all applicable agricultural 110 zone district standards, Carpinteria Valley agricultural overlay standards, and cannabis cultivation regulations set forth in the coastal zoning ordinance as outlined in the staff report. In summary, staff recommends that you deny the appeal, make the required findings for approval included in Attachment A, determine that the previously certified program EIR is adequate, and approve the project subject to the conditions included in as Attachment B. This concludes staff presentation. Staff and the applicant team are available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And commissioners, do you have any questions of staff right now? None? Okay. Not this time. I have a quick question though. So there is cannabis being grown on this property right now? I'm just unsure where it is. Is it the same location that they're applying for, or is it a different location?
Chair Martinez, as far as we know, and the applicant might be able to confirm, that we understand that there are 3 provisional medicinal licenses that they are cultivating under. One is a mixed light use, I believe up to 20,000 square feet. We don't necessarily have the exact location of which one of these bays, but it is our understanding that they also have nursery up to 3,000 square feet and a processing license as well with the state.
Okay, and what's causing me confusion when I'm reading this is that there's wording in here of that there's legal non-conforming use. That seems kind of two opposites. How can it be legal and non-conforming? I would think that they would be the same.
Right. It's legally, they have the affidavit, which sort of like allowed them to have the use operating while they're in the process of getting the permit to do it.
Okay.
So we call, I mean, if a building was approved in 1960 that doesn't meet current building or development use, we would still call that building a legal non-conforming building.
Okay.
For example, it's just kind of a turn of phrase a little bit.
Okay, understood. And then I also see that there's reference that about this affidavit that the DA's office is reviewing it or reviewed it. I don't know if they're reviewing it or they reviewed it.
The affidavit process happened, Chair Martinez, sorry. That happened quite a few years ago, and the CEO's office was the lead on that process. The DA, the sheriff's office weighed in as necessary. So that affidavit that were issued, that's done. That was just decided.
Okay, so there's been a review, and that conclusions of the review have been communicated to staff.
Correct.
Okay. Those are my questions for right now, but Commissioner Reed.
Yeah, I have a few questions regarding some clarification on the nuisance odor and abatement plan, since most of these appeals seem to revolve around those issues. So I'd like to begin by looking at page 8 in the staff report, where you respond to appeal issue number 3, the nuisance odor and abatement. You said the proposed odor abatement plan meets all odor control requirements of Article 2, which is our cannabis ordinance, correct? And using appropriately carbon filtration for the, appropriately is my wording, for the cannabis processing areas, and vapor phase, which is appropriate for the larger areas of the greenhouse. And again, I'd like to also refer again to page 35, where you again talk about the odor abatement plan, and they will use approved odor controlled systems, including activated carbon and vapor phase systems, which are odor neutralizing, not odor masking, due to the fact that they absorb, they use lipophilic media, which absorbs the terpenes, which are oily type compounds and responsible for the transport of the odor. Finally, if you look at conditions on page A6, cannabis odor abatement implementation and monitoring indicates that the applicant shall employ the correct odor abatement plan, shall maintain the system in good operating condition throughout the duration of the cultivation activities, and shall inform P&D compliance prior to making any changes to the product or substance used within the approved vapor phase. Now, in light of the fact that we had an email provided by York, Byers Scientific, from Byers Scientific, that at one point it had appeared that the liquid used in the vapor phase had been diluted or used improperly, but that, according to my discussion with the applicant and their representatives, that had been corrected. So in light of the fact that one of the conditions indicates that they shall not modify the liquid or the controls on that system, are you confident that they will in the future operating it correctly and in compliance with this plan? And if not, you could rescind their permit to operate?
Commissioner, through the chair, thank you for your question. So this project is required to comply with that condition. If they are not complying with the condition, then our permit compliance staff will enforce any inconsistencies with that condition and with the approved odor abatement plan.
Okay, so if they depart from that approved plan, you can intervene and act up to and including revocation of their permit?
That's correct. And that condition also requires odor inspections with the county's retained odor consultant. So they will be reviewing the odor abatement plan and compliance as well.
Okay, you know, since odor is often a quite subjective issue, which varies according to the observer, the center, whoever is noting it, do you use organoleptic subjective type measurements or some sort of quantifiable, well-defined method of assessing the odor, like a meter or something?
Commissioner, through the chair, another great question. The county has a nasal ranger, which is a tool that's used to monitor odor and quantify the odor with a certain numerical level.
So that produces a result that's well-defined and reproducible and eliminates human judgment from that assessment. Is that correct?
I don't think I can speak to that. But that's the tool that we use, and that is an industry standard to monitor odor.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Wilson?
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, Commissioner Reed was correct on the subjectiveness of odor. And as you may recall, the board recently gave us direction to explore methods or methodologies on creating a quantifiable or objective standards. We're just beginning that process. As of right now, in coordination with our technical consultants, the best tool that we have right now, short of doing air sampling testing, is using Nasal Ranger. One thing just for transparency, the Nasal Ranger does provide a measurement through a numerical system, but there is a subjective nature to the Nasal Ranger based on the user that's using it. And so that's what we're exploring with our consultants of how to use that Nasal Ranger and maybe with other methodologies to get to an objective standard. But as of right now, we are using the Nasal Ranger, which has a thresholds of measurement for odor. And that's what we're using currently. As of right now, we don't have any other methodology. We're still exploring that.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. And any further questions by the commissioners? Okay, so let's go to the appellant. And a reminder to all who's speaking, if you could announce your name first before you start speaking, that'd be appreciated.
Mr. Chair, how much time did you want to allocate?
We got this is the appellant. Let's give 10 minutes to this for right now. Yes. So that means all the speakers and stuff that you have within the appellant's situation is to be contributed during this 10-minute period, okay?
So I get 10 minutes, right?
Yes, yeah.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, just for clarification,
Yes.
I just want to make sure that everybody's tracking the directions of the chair. Short of repeating what the chair said, I think the direction was that everybody on the appellant's team is to speak during this 10-minute
During
time.
the 10 minutes, yes.
So
That's what.
whoever's on the appellant team is to speak during your time right now, which is 10 minutes.
Is Jackie part of your team? Excuse me?
How many people do you have in your team?
Just me up here, but there's some other people that want to speak.
They will, if they want to do an individuals speak during the general comments, they can do that, and they will have 3 minutes individually to do that. Yes.
But it's just me.
Okay.
We saw it. Okay.
Okay.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, Planning Commission. Thank you very much for having us and letting us have our say. Happy birthday, Mr. Park, Commissioner Park. Okay. Anyway, my name is Robin Geddes, and I live at the Polo Condos, and I'm on the HOA board. And as this is, also I'm speaking for some neighbors on Foothill Road and Padaro Lane. So let me just forward here. Island Breeze is less than 100 feet from our 139-unit Polo condos and tennis courts where many children attend camps throughout the year. And that's Island Breeze directly across the street there. Too close. At the bottom, you can see the Polo condos. Right below that are the tennis courts. And if you go straight toward the ocean and to the left, that starts the 3400 block of Via Real. And the 3450 Vista Verde, that's going to be a big grow, which we're concerned about, especially since, you know, a lot of that drift will come straight for us. And then right past that's the Glass House, and then the big one, Twisted Roots. In the middle, on the left-hand side, is Foothill Road, and farther down, they've
You know
got
what,
Autumn.
I'm going to interrupt you right there. Does anybody have a pointer where they can just, I know sometimes we have a laser pointer and
Oh, all right.
that would help you.
So we have a little bit of an issue with that. There is a laser pointer on there, but a lot of the laser pointers don't work on our new TVs.
Oh, okay, no problem, no problem. Well, I'm going to have you speak on the thing, yeah.
Foothill Road, you go down farther and you get Autumn Brands.
I'm going to have to take you back to the speaker.
You need to be at the podium.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Any rate.
No, it's fine.
And then
That's
the
fine.
bottom left-hand corner, right across the road, that's the Island Breeze. So you can see that there's a lot of cannabis farms in the area, and you know when they open up late at night, it goes right through everything, and you open up the doors in the morning, and it's pretty just pretty heavy duty. If you go up the road, like La Mirada, where they've got some cannabis, some big greenhouses, that's just evident, and that's 24/7. And sorry about this, but there is some cannabis being grown at Island Breeze Farms. It's not a very large amount, and they do have a misting system. So, you know, that's what that first paragraph is all about. But the Island Breeze's odor abatement plan states they shall follow all methods for reducing odors, including deploying or redeploying the best odor control technology. It appears that Island Breeze Farms may not be following the county's odor abatement policies. In 2021, Byers Scientific Company, in an email to County Planning and Development, stated that Island Breeze Farms was diluting their product and acting irresponsibly. Here is a copy of that email. And they say, if you're going to dilute our product, then we take no responsibility. And I think that's understandable. In 2020, former County Executive Barney Malekian said that any cannabis grower who submitted false affidavits would be permanently shut down. The Las Conchas HOA board members, nearby neighbors, and a Carpinteria fire inspector all provided information that no medical marijuana was likely grown by Island Breeze Farms before the January 16, 2016 cutoff date. In 2024, Santa Barbara County Council hired a private investigative firm to attempt to verify our documentation that Island Breeze Farms submitted false affidavits. Our HOA never received any verification of the investigation's outcome. Our presentation's photos depict families, children, older adults, because they all live at our complex and are subject to cannabis odor. This is one of our polo players and his family, and it's always a fun summertime for us. We have many older adults here, and the last thing they want to do is add cannabis odor to the concern of their health as they age. So potlucks and get-togethers are always fun, and birthdays too. Here's a shot of some of our summer polo players, all Argentines, great horsemen, fast horses, and they work a circuit. They come up from either Wellington, Florida, or some of them will play in Indio down in Palm Springs during the winter time. Polo patrons are a large part of our local economy, some owning local businesses. Along with the polo teams, they hire many more staff than the 25 workers slated for Island Breeze Farms. The hundreds of polo fans who come to see the matches each year from April to October will likely be subject to cannabis odor. Any member of the public can attend the polo matches for the price of a movie. It's not an exclusive club. A little bit of history, I'll make this quick. Polo's been in Santa Barbara since 1894, various locations. The present site was acquired in 1929 and the clubhouse built in 1935. A popular destination for tourists, Santa Barbara Polo has featured some of the world's best players. There's always a chance you'll spot a celebrity in the stands or on the field. Prince Harry and Prince William have played here, as well as Sylvester Stallone and Tommy Lee Jones. We hope that our Planning Commission will appreciate the significance that polo brings to the community. Please help us preserve this special piece of the Carpinteria Valley and say no to Island Breeze. Because of the close proximity of this cannabis grower to our 139-unit complex, it's likely that odor problems will continue and increase when this grower returns to full production and adds both drying and processing. This grower has not indicated any interest or intent to install carbon scrubbers. The First District Supervisor has previously labeled this grower a bad actor for their failure to follow up county planning rules and being cited for multiple deficiencies during site visits. This was the reason a civil lawsuit was filed. The lawsuit May 2024 settlement is unknown due to client confidentiality. A recent investigation in the Los Angeles Times indicated that many cannabis products sold to the public contain cancer-causing pesticides. Is Island Breeze Farms using pesticides in their greenhouses? If so, which pesticides? For the reasons we've presented, we ask each member of the Planning Commission to use their discretion in this case and uphold the appeal. Protecting the Las Conchas community and its neighbors is the underlying mandate and purpose of the county planning process. Thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And commissioners, any questions of the appellant right now? Commissioner Reed.
Okay, so with respect to your presentation and the polo issue, are you saying that the welfare or the jobs of some transient polo players and fans, you find that more significant than the incomes and livelihood of the regular working staff, the 25 people who are employed at Island View? Is that what you're saying?
No, sir, I'm saying that we.
Sounded like it.
No,
Yeah.
I'm saying that we have more people involved in polo. We've got players, we've got grooms, we've got trainers, there's vets, polo players that they bring their families, and the condos. We've got polo players and that own and rent, and it's a big operation. You're looking at like 300 horses or more that are there for the summer, excuse me, the summer months. So it's not something that, it takes a lot of people to make all that happen. It's a big production.
Okay. Also, I find your little bullet point about the LA Times and the assertion that many cannabis products contain cancer-causing pesticides. You use that to advance the question as to, is Island Breeze Farms using pesticides in their greenhouses? I find that one a bit of a stretch. That's just a comment.
Just a concern. We have a lot of elder residents where we live, and they don't need that added to, the fact they're getting older and they're concerned about their health as it is.
Do you suspect many of those elderly patients use cannabis or CBD products? Data shows a lot of them do. Not me, but others.
If cannabis was the miracle drug it's made out to be, it would be dissected by pharmaceuticals and be sold at every turn on television, like laundry detergent. So, I'm sorry, I don't. I know, I'm sorry, I don't, but I don't. If it was what it was made out to be, it would be advertised on TV at every turn.
We agree on that one. Sorry.
Any other questions for the commissioners? I have a couple of questions. In the appeal, there was an indication that, well, let me ask you this. There's surrounding cannabis operations right now, correct?
Yes, sir, yeah.
Okay. And with these surrounding cannabis operations, is there a cannabis smell now that exists?
If you go down Foothill Road, and it's about 2 blocks away, there's a big long greenhouse that goes from Foothill to Villa Real, and that one is constantly emitting odor. When Vista Verde starts production, I mean that's even closer, and that's a big operation. So Vista Verde, coupled with Island Breeze, that's going to be hard to control. I mean that's a lot of square footage that's is odor emitting year round. So.
Okay, so but right now is it a constant smell you're talking about?
It's not bad. It hasn't been bad. It was bad for a while. It slowed down, recently. But we all knew, because we lived close to the old Louis Armstrong grow, and some of the other grows on Villa Real, that once production starts, it was bad, and anybody can tell you that when they drove down the road.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you. Those are my questions. And so, you do have a rebuttal time, which is reserved for you, and that's the 2 minutes and 37 seconds that shows up there. Okay?
Yeah, I mean, if obviously, if I can answer any questions, I'm speaking from a person that lives there, and everybody says, "Gee, I wouldn't want to live next to a cannabis grow." Well, do it, and you'll have a different, your words will be correct, but live next to a cannabis grow, and you'll see what the people are talking about.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So you will have another opportunity as well. I want to make sure you know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tell me.
So let's go to the applicant now. Now the applicant's turn.
David, are you going to put the presentation up? Just want to make sure I'm on Zoom. Perfect.
Yeah, just let me know when you want me to advance slides.
Will do. Good morning, Chair Martinez and Commissioners. Happy birthday, Commissioner Park. My name is Stacy Wooten. I'm the agent for the applicant. Project is 3376 Foothill Road, Mixed Light Cannabis Cultivation. The property owner is Island View Ranch. The cannabis operator is Island Breeze Farms. Next slide. The project is located on a 9.51 acre parcel zoned Ag 1. Of that, there are 1.92 acres of mixed light cannabis cultivation, including nursery and processing. There will be a removal of a shade structure, a storage container, and a concrete slab. There will be up to 25 full-time employees with no additional seasonal employees. No new development is proposed. There is an existing ornamental plant retail and wholesale operation on site that will continue to remain outside and separate of the cannabis premise. Next slide. The project is located in rural agriculture. Surrounding uses are residential, agriculture, and recreational. Next slide. The site was historically used for commercial nursery and retail, mostly cut flowers and orchids. In 2015, cannabis cultivation replaced the non-cannabis cultivation in greenhouses. Cannabis and non-cannabis businesses have coexisted without any customer complaints since 2015. Next slide. Responses to the appellant issues, the falsified affidavits. We deny those allegations as they are baseless, and in fact, the allegations were proven to be false as the County of Santa Barbara dismissed the nuisance lawsuit with prejudice. On the record is a copy of the dismissal. Through the very tedious and lengthy civil case, it was determined that Island Breeze Farms is legal nonconforming and the affidavits were verified. Concerns about future compliance with county operating regulations, other than the building and safety violations that will be officially abated once the appeal is denied, the property owner and operator have not received any additional violations from the multiple licensing agencies over the past 9 years. This includes multiple yearly site visits from planning and development, building and safety, county ag, CARP Water District, CARP Fire, SB County Sheriff, Department of Cannabis Control, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, State Water Board, Environmental Health, Public Works, Caltrans, and many more. The close proximity to more than 150 homes, the project is in compliance with the Land Use Development Code for the allowed uses in the zone. The odor control is insufficient given the proximity to so many homes and other grows. The odor control technology was approved by the county and was installed and has been in use for over 3 years. We've had 2 official odor site visits in the past calendar year showing no odor detected past the property line. I'd like to speak to the very long timeline in which this project has been involved with since first submitting the CDP application in 2019. Over the past 5 years, we have dealt with a number of issues that have played a part in this delayed timeline. First, it was COVID. Then a principal in the project unfortunately passed away from COVID. Then it was the county lawsuit, which took over 3 years to get dismissed, all the while pushing for the CDP approval. Not knowing when this appeal hearing would take place, we couldn't commit to a different odor technology, not knowing if by the time we arrived here, that there would be a newer, best technology available. Now that we're here almost 1.5 years after the CDP approval, I want to inform your commission, we will agree to any additional odor conditions that your commission sets forth. Next slide. We ask that you please approve staff recommendations and deny the appeal so we can move forward towards permit issuance and compliance. Thank you, and I'll now pass it along to our attorney, Josh Lynn.
Thank you, Ms. Wooten. Members of the commission, honored members of the commission, and of course I have to say happy birthday, John. I think that the only points I wanted to make here is that these are excitable events. It's a difficult community decision that's been made. I've been involved for 10 or 12 years directly. And one of the things that's happened in this, there's only three, but one of them that's happened in this, and then I'll reserve, is we've got affidavits from folks that claim to have spoken to other people. And then when we get statements from those other people, many of which are Spanish speaking, they just say the exact opposite. And I don't want to make anybody's day bad. I'm not trying to show anybody up, but it just shows the emotion that went on here. And that coupled with the second thing, which is that we just don't have any proof ever, not one single complaint ever proven of being a nuisance. I was a district attorney. I know what it's like to file a county case, and nobody likes to dismiss those. And it was one of those things where none of the odor was proven, none of the bad acting was proven, nothing that was sold, I don't know, illegally. All these plethora of allegations were just simply dismissed outright with prejudice, cannot be brought back by the same county that is now called upon to decide this appeal. And so it seems to me that it's already over in a legal standpoint. And so what I was trying to simplify a bit without insulting anybody is that the idea that one of the supervisors may at one time have thought that this was a farm that was a bad actor, they were wrong. They've been proven wrong by their own county, and frankly by the voters. And I think that what we have to just look at is the law. This farm has complied with the law, other than the tragic death of James Mesa, who was the principal. It is pledged on, and through this lawsuit that went on 2.5 years and was dismissed outright, it is pledged on, and it is pledged its 25 workers that they will have jobs, and it has spent and borrowed and begged every penny it could to stay alive long enough to get to today. And I'm asking that you simply follow the law. If that's done, none of these other statements, none of the things that I have to say in rebuttal are necessary, and I'll decline and simply reserve. And thank you so much for your time.
All right, and any questions from any commissioners at this time of the applicant? Commissioner Cooney.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. Lynn, I spoke with you yesterday, and I obviously didn't do a good job of asking the question of the issue that has been raised by the appellants, that there is a nuisance violation. Would you agree with that, that has not been concluded to be true?
It's not only been concluded, it's been decisively decided in the other direction. Counties don't file lawsuits in this manner, go for 2.5 years, and then dismiss outright the very allegation, in this case, of nuisance, without there being a change of understanding about what the facts really were versus how they were presented. And the last piece of that answer is that the buyer's memo, that is to say, the memo by the gentleman or the company that was originally installed the odor equipment, saying that they were diluting and other things. I mean, to be honest, I was on site. I was on there with some of the witnesses in this packet of appeal, and the system broke. It just kept breaking. And so it was a new system, and it was a tough thing to do. And I don't blame buyers, but if everybody could just note that buyers copied, he CC'd everybody in the Carp Growers Association on this memo about how our farm had diluted the odor control. That tells you that this was a business decision to send this memo out. It had no basis in fact. It was never proven ever, as Ms. Wooten has mentioned. And so these are the kinds of things I don't want to keep refuting. I'm not trying to make anybody feel bad, but that this is complied with the law in a way that is so profound. I think that it is not the reason that folks at the polo fields, for instance, are upset. We know the history of Jeremy Norris. I won't go into that, and I'll answer any other questions. Thank you.
Mr. Lynn, I had a more specific question. I was looking for the reason that the matter was decided to be closed in court. And it could be a lot of things, as you know, lack of prosecution. It could be lack of evidence. Was there an actual written determination by the court that the cannabis odors were not a nuisance?
There was a determination that must have happened at county council. I'll let them speak to that. I don't want to speak for them. That a nuisance did not occur, which would be based on odor among other allegations in that lawsuit, or it would not have been dismissed outright with prejudice, meaning it cannot be brought back. That's all I can speak to. The settlement didn't have, at risk of violating the settlement. I mean, here we are. The reality is nobody exchanged any money. It was a lawsuit that ultimately failed, and it did so in a friendly way, and we were able to resolve it. But the reason it resolved is exactly the reason for this appeal, which is why everything you see in this appeal until yesterday or the day before is from 2021 and 22. It's old information. It was disproven a long time ago. And in a lawsuit, we just had to have a lawyer to present that information. The basic reason is that this was always a legal, non-conforming farm. It had always had the same footprint. The feds were after people. The sheriffs were after people. Nobody in those days, nobody, I've represented them forever. None of these folks grew in a manner that was blatant and out in the open. And so it was a different style than what we have now. But it was the same footprint in the same place on the same property doing the same thing long before the January 19, 2016 cutoff, which is why this was dismissed, because it was proven to be a legitimate, legal, non-conforming farm with the exact same footprint that it has now.
Thank you. I understand your position, why it's possible to conclude that there was a finding that it wasn't a nuisance, but it sounds like the settlement was decided on the basis of lack of prosecution or proper operation, something like that. But I'll talk to county council about that. I appreciate your input. Thank
Commissioner Cooney, I believe county council is actually going to say something.
This county council, were you involved?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I'm happy to convey some information about
great.
this particular lawsuit.
Thank you.
And I do think there's a little bit of a risk of conflating, this idea of nuisance could refer to odor nuisance, but there's other kind of legal claims related to nuisance. So the litigation Mr. Lynn is discussing was a civil lawsuit filed by the county, and it was for trespass and nuisance, but it was based on information that the cannabis operator, Island Breeze Farm, was cultivating cannabis without proper permits and licensing, and that they hadn't commenced their cultivation during the time frame that was required in order to be a legal non-conforming use, which we talked about earlier. So a medical marijuana cultivation could be permitted without licenses as long as it was initiated before a certain date. And the county had information that that hadn't occurred and therefore filed this lawsuit. But then during the course of discovery, as often happens in litigation, additional evidence was discovered, and that pertained to the issue of legal nonconforming status, not about odor at all. And this new information, once it was assessed and reviewed by the county determined it was appropriate to dismiss the case, and the county did so. So that litigation concerned the legal nonconforming status of the operation. Whether there's an odor issue, that's kind of a separate issue that doesn't pertain to this litigation. Thank you.
Thank you.
The reason that I lumped that in was because there was simply no odor complaint that's ever been proven. So I put those together in the nuisance. County council is quite right.
Commissioner Cooney.
No, my questions have been answered to the extent I was asking them.
All righty. Commissioner Part.
With all due respect, County Council, I think that your comments are about as clear as mud to me, because in close to 50 years of litigation, I found that most cases were settled, and every settlement agreement required a dismissal with prejudice of the underlying lawsuit, so it wouldn't be brought again. That's what a settlement's all about. And that with settlements, you get something, you give something, and every settlement agreement has a boilerplate provision that no allegations are admitted, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So sometimes we have cases where we say I'm not going to go forward with this thing, and I dismiss voluntarily with prejudice. Or sometimes we have a settlement agreement, and part of the settlement agreement is there will be a dismissal with prejudice because the parties have weighed the facts and kind of gotten what they want to get. Now, so we had a settlement agreement here in this case?
Through the chair, commissioners, yes, there was a settlement agreement in this case.
And the provisions of that are public or they're private?
They were private, but once finalized, I believe they become a public record, but I can confirm that.
Well, are you able to tell us generally what the terms of the settlement were so we can finish this issue? This issue's, I wouldn't be bringing it up, but Mr. Lynn brought it up and Ms. Wooten brought it up to point out somehow that the dismissal with prejudice, which is standard for every settlement, was some sort of endorsement by the county that there were never any grounds in the first place. And so I think we should get to the bottom of that.
I don't have the, through the chair, commissioners, I don't have the terms of the settlement agreement with me right now. I don't think it relates to this particular permit. The issue about the affidavit and whether, there was falsified affidavits, that's really something, as staff has already said, that's separate from the zoning permitting process. And the question of whether they're, a legal nonconforming use is also not really a decision that this body is making right now. This body instead is looking at, what is the proposed project, and does that proposed project satisfy all the requirements in the zoning code, and can the findings be made based on substantial evidence? That's really what you're focused on today, and the litigation, I think, just isn't relevant to that decision.
I would agree with you. I think this case today will be determined based on various factors, and I don't think any of them relate to that litigation. So I'm not going to pursue it any further. I think it was a red herring.
Commissioner Cooney, you still have your light on.
I did, just for purposes of agreeing with the statement just made by Commissioner Park. However, this appeal used the case and the issues in the case to argue that this appellant should not be permitted to receive the relief they're seeking from the county. So I think we needed to address it. We don't have to go beyond that. Thank you.
Commissioner Reed.
Yes, I have a couple more questions for Ms. Wooten and Mr. Lynn. First, I'm a bit disappointed neither of you happened to appear today in person, but we'll just go beyond that. My real questions are revolving, again, the issues with odor, which, is in the absence of, I come from a science background. I like measurements that have discrete units and that produce data which are valid and reproducible, but I guess what we're faced with here is close to that with nasal ranger and then organoleptic assessments, basically going out, taking a whiff and seeing if you notice anything. But with respect to that, I'm looking at the last line in your slide, responses to appellant issues. You talk about odor control technology, and 2 official odor site visits have occurred in the post-calendar years showing no odor detected. It says past the property line. Do you mean at the property line or past the property line? Because past the property line invites the question of, well, how far past the property line? And, would you expect then not to actually encounter odors from other operations? So was it at the property line or somewhere near the property line? Or do you have that answer?
You are correct. That was a misuse in wording. It was at the property line.
Okay, and then the no odor detected, was that with a nasal ranger or was that simply organoleptic testing, taking a whiff and saying, I don't notice anything?
I believe I know for a fact the second odor visit was with a nasal ranger. I don't believe the first one was, but the second one was.
Okay, well, if you were taking measurements outside the property line and you detected an odor, how would you know if they came from the site you were observing or they were transient from neighboring sites?
I wouldn't know, and it was not indicated in the report from the county hired hygienist consultant, odor consultant, that any odor was detected outside of property line from this site.
Okay.
Now, I don't know how they arrived at that decision, but that's all I can speak to on that.
Okay, okay. So with regard to Mr. Lynn's assessment of the email from Byers Scientific, interestingly, it was signed by Michael Head, who's their COO and general counsel. Interesting to get their attorney involved in it. But Mr. Lynn characterized it as more of a marketing type message. So you would say that is they are trying to characterize any failures of the odor control system to operator error, much like airline companies like to blame all crashes on pilot error. Is that your standing? That they were in fact operated correctly yet ineffective, or were they ineffective because they weren't operated properly? What's your
I'll let Mr. Lynn touch on it, but what I can say is that this letter from the Council of Buyers submitted in the appellant package was the first that we had ever seen of it. We were never notified by buyers that there was any insufficient use happening or misrepresentations or whatnot, whatever was displayed in that letter, but we just read it a couple days ago with this package. So I'll defer to Mr. Lynn on the remainder question.
Briefly, to the Honorable Commission, I would be there in person. I apologize. I've had 2 back surgeries, and sitting for an unknown period of time is not an option for me at the moment. So that I wanted to address that. I have tremendous respect for what we're trying to do here. With respect to the Byers system, it's not a slight on buyers or anybody writing for buyers. It's just one of the things that was going on during that period of time. And remember, the reason that we had the Byers system at that farm is because they were the first, I think the very first, but one of the very first farms in the whole county to try to install an odor system to avoid this problem. And so the fact that it was an imperfect system, whether it's on Byers or for some other reason, is long in the past. The principal involved at that time has tragically died of COVID. We're in a very different position now. I'm just asking the board to understand the context of that letter. And it's understandable that it would be written the way it was written, but there was absolutely no other reason to copy it to the Carp Growers Association. And so, look, I think that it's one of the systems out there, and we have just said through Ms. Wooten that we're available, that is to say, amenable to whatever the latest technology is for the kind of processing that we're doing there at the farm to make sure that people are satisfied. That's the goal today.
All right, well, thank you. Anyway, one of the things you mentioned earlier that they had sent that email, copied the entire Growers Association on it, would almost lead me to accept the reason that it may have been more of a marketing decision rather than a scientific decision. So in the end, regardless of effect, what's your level of confidence that the current operator is going to use those systems exactly in accordance with manufacturers' recommendations, not just at time of hearing, but 6 months, a year down the road, when they start thinking about, some of those reagents are expensive, maybe we could dilute them. Are you confident they're going to continue to operate them in accordance with the manufacturer's instruction and thereby obtain the maximum level of odor reduction? What's your level of
confidence?
Yes,
and I'm confident that they will with new management as it is already set up, and I'm confident they will do so because that is the agreement for me to be sitting here today in front of you all advocating for this farm, is that we are going to do it correctly. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the commissioners? I do have a couple of questions. So right now there is cannabis operations occurring on the property, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so how much of an expansion are we talking about in approving this project from the current to what's proposed?
0. The word expansion would be a word that would be used to expand the footprint upon which cannabis has been or would be grown, because it's an agricultural product, despite how it's categorized in the California code. It does rotate. Best organic practices determine that it takes 1 to sometimes up to 3 years to clear an area. And so this is a rotating crop coupled with the idea that as it's capitalized, it can come into the fold. So until these licenses are fully permanent, the old school way of growing had been implemented for a time. And then now, that is to say, all over the farm. And now they're trying to go bay to bay. But until this licensing and this appeal and these things are addressed successfully, that last investment is a tough one to make. There are so many millions in. And so the expansion does not exist. It's always been this way. It's always been on the same place, on the same property. Instead of scattered, it would be a bit more concentrated, which is why these odor systems are terrific.
Concentrated. I'm having a problem from.
More plants in one place.
So it
than there
will
were
be expanded.
Previously 10 years ago.
Okay, so there's going to be more growing on the property, more plants.
Just like every other property in Carpinteria that originally started that way.
I'm not trying to argue. I'm just trying to understand. There's going to be more plants.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to say context. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to give you context. Yeah, you're completely right. Yeah, expansion sometimes in this industry means the space. And so I was trying to say, instead of the space, it would be the concentration within that space. Although it has been off and on in that condition over the years since the affidavits. So it's been an off and on process. Right now, there is less being grown. And as soon as these licenses are finalized, then that should increase where possible. But the footprint itself, the area in which they were going to grow hasn't changed.
Okay. And so then, and I'm reading this from the staff's report, is that is the cultivation of the cannabis, is it sporadic throughout the year right now, or is it always been just continuously throughout the year?
Yeah, I can touch to that. It has been continuous throughout the year. While it may have rotated different bays for just what Mr. Lynn had stated, that once one bay was harvested, some prep went back into that, and then it was rolled into an additional bay. But no, it has never been sporadic, and it has always been year round. There have been certain times of the years, weather-wise, where there's less than more, but other than that, it has always been year round.
Thank you. Okay. I understand what's happening here now. Thank you. Any other questions, commissioners? None? So this is the time for the public comment. And I think there's some speaker slips. I don't know if those speaker slips are for this issue or not. While I'm going through this, why don't we see if there's anybody that's on?
We have at least 2 hands up online right now. So if you'd like to speak on this item, go ahead and raise your hand just so we get a feel for how many speakers we have on this item.
Rebuttal follows public comment.
We have 4 hands up online.
Okay, so why don't we take the people that are here right now, because I have like 4 slips here in regards to this. And the first one we'll be speaking would be Jessica Norris. And remember, the comment period is limited to 3 minutes. If I interrupt you, I'm not trying to be rude, but just to keep you within the parameters of those minutes. And when you start speaking, please announce your name, and that includes those who are on virtual.
Hi, I'm Jessica Norris, and I live at 3352 Foothill Road, so it's right next door. In 2021, I was diagnosed with stage 4 brain cancer, and I underwent a life-saving craniotomy. I've been through radiation treatment and years of cancer treatment, and I'm very concerned about the smell from this proposed project next door, and I just wanted to be able to voice my concerns about that because throughout the process of the cancer treatment and also living with a brain injury, I have a lot of sensitivities, and some of those sensitivities involve smell. I get migraines that are triggered, and my quality of life, I feel, is at risk here. And life is already challenging enough for me. So I just wanted to be able to voice those concerns. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Norris. But Commissioner Park?
I have a question for you, and it's really, and I want all the commenters to listen to me because it's a question for each of you. When you refer to the smell, there's a smell right now, or are you concerned about a prospective smell?
No, there's smells at times,
Okay.
periodically.
And I'm going to get right to the point.
Yeah.
You've got G&K nearby. You've got Glass House. You've got what was the other one I recognized? Oh, Autumn Brands. And I know that G&K and Autumn Brands do not have carbon scrubbers, and some of the others may not. So when you smell, are you smelling something near Island Breeze when you're driving past it or
Yeah.
nearby, or are you just smelling
Yeah.
something in general at your house?
No, it's near Island Breeze.
Okay.
And it's also, because that's what we're talking about, that's absolutely true. It's also anytime you drive past the other ones as well, that's periodically is what I mean to say. Driving past Foothill Road, you smell it, and I will actually avoid driving that way because when I smell it, it triggers issues for me.
Well, thanks. Well, you're very courageous dealing with your health concerns, and best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Next would be, I'm reading this as an L, so I'm going to say Jim Manola.
Greetings and thanks for the chance to speak. My name is Jim Manoia. I live at 3375 Foothill. I'm the president of the Polo Condos Board Association. And I was going to speak to 2 points. The first of which was the idea that Island Breeze may be a bad actor that the county cannot rely on to fulfill the obligations of any permit that they're given. And of course, that would be evidenced by the fact that the county itself undertook a suit. But that issue's been discussed, and at least a couple of the commissioners have come to the conclusion that that is not an issue that we should pursue. I think it is unfortunate that we are not able to know the terms of the settlement, which might shed some light on whether or not those terms give us reason to believe that they would be good actors fulfilling subsequent requirements. But the second thing I was going to speak to is this issue of nuisance and odor. In fact, there is odor there now. Every morning when you get up, early in the morning, there's a strong odor. And sometimes, especially as summer approaches, we have to close our windows even when it's hot. We don't have air conditioning in our condos in order to keep it from burning our eyes and giving us nausea. So that is presently true, even though, as I understand it, they are only growing a small amount of cannabis at the present time. Your question, sir, was a good one. Yes, nothing's changed about the space that they have available to grow in, but the quantity that's being grown, as I understand it, has to conform to the amount that they were supposedly entitled to grow as medicinal marijuana. So if they are given a permit, their production presumably will increase substantially. So if the odor is already what it is now, then we can't imagine what it'll be like once they've given the opportunity to grow as much as they're permitted to grow. And I would also like to mention that although we've raised this with the Planning Commission before, there's no rule that prevents the aggregation of many grows in one area. And that's concerning to us. It seems to me that that probably should be changed. Because when you have as many grows within a small area as we do, then it can only compound the problem. And it's difficult to pinpoint where it comes from. We all know that that's one of the big issues. So even the county has now begun to cluster these grows and to report the complaints. And by the way, there have been hundreds of complaints. Even the county has clustered them because they know that they can't be pinpointed. So as we approach their full production, with the others in the area producing this strong odor, it's going to affect all of us. And we aren't just one home. We aren't just 5 homes, we're 130 homes, we have 300 people, we have children, and we have elderly people. And it affects us, and it's affected us for 4 and 5 years. So we really would appreciate it if you would uphold the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is going to be Jeremy Norris, followed by Anna Carrillo.
Good morning, thank you. My name is Jeremy Norris. I live next door to 3376 Foothill Road, Island Breeze Nursery. I have lived in Carpinteria most of my life, growing up around the polo fields in Serena Park. In 2016, my cousin and I were lucky enough to have an opportunity to buy our 7-acre avocado farm. This property had long been a dream of ours to own. We grew up on the polo fields and we used to run and play around the property as children. In order to purchase our farm, we needed a substantial down payment, a $2 million loan. The only way we were able to afford that loan was through renting of the main house situated within 70 feet of Island View Nursery. Renting this house was never a problem. Being close to the polo fields made it very desirable. To this day, it is the income generated from the rental which helps us offset the large monthly expense. In early 2016, I spoke to 3376 Foothill Road owner, Erwin Overbach. He had his property on and off the market for a number of years and was interested in selling. He gave me a tour of the facility, including all greenhouses. There was no cannabis being grown at that time. In early 2017, I walked the property again with Erwin. He pointed out that one of his tenants was growing in a greenhouse near the property line. That area was approximately 4,000 square feet. At the time, it did not smell, so it wasn't a big issue for us. Fall of 2017 was the first time we experienced the strong smell of cannabis. It contacted Erwin to complain. This problem for us was an issue with our tenants and was an issue for all of us on the property. He asked if I would contact his tenant directly as he was out of town. I did so, and the problem was eventually resolved. In 2019, 3376 Foothill Road sold to its current owners. They updated the greenhouse and started growing cannabis on a commercial scale. I don't know or understand why the county allowed this to happen. As I understood the laws of California, only a facility that was growing prior to January 19, 2016 could be grandfathered in. And if it was, it would be restricted growing within the same footprint as it was prior to January 19, 2016. Over the years, the smell from next door has been minimal to moderate, and in some days, or some years, absolutely awful. In 2020, the smell was so strong that being outside near our house made you feel sick. A combination of marijuana and a substance used to mask the odor gave you a headache and a feeling of nausea. This smell permeated up the canyon and could be smelled far away from the property lines. Our then tenants decided to move, and we were forced with finding someone else to rent our house. We showed the property many times to qualified renters who wanted to be near the polo fields. The number one reason all of them passed was the smell and proximity to a commercial cannabis operation. Our house sat vacant for 6 months and cost us over $35,000 in lost rental income.
Mr. Norris, I'm going to have to stop you there because we just overran the time.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Next was Anna Carrillo. And that will be followed by our last speaker slip, which is from Jill Stasinos.
Hello. Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to speak about the Las Conchas homeowners appeal. This cannabis operation is way too close.
I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt. Can you state your name first?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Even though I
I'm
announced
sorry.
it.
My name is Anna Carrillo.
Thank you.
And I live nearby. I'm not a resident at the condos. This cannabis operation is way too close, less than 100 feet from the 139 units with probably a minimum. I'd put 150 to 200 residents in the Las Conchas condominiums. It's in the middle of an active all-day recreational site, including many tennis courts, a swimming pool, and regular polo games, which probably has, I said again, 50 to 100 locals and visitors using the facilities here. No one wants to be bothered by malodors while enjoying their outdoor recreation. There is also a new housing development on Villa Real being constructed right now, and those residents will be within 1,000 feet of this project. That will probably add another 100 residents to this immediate area. Already, there are 2 other cannabis projects in very close proximity to Island Breeze. You've mentioned them, G&K and Autumn Brands. And then there will be another Vista Verde, which hasn't even started operations, that will be very close also. The current odor abatement protection plan, or the current odor abatement plan is inadequate. Currently, the use of EcoSorb is not the best available control technology in 2024, though it was determined to be in 2019 when the EIR was certified. I was pleased to hear them say that they might be willing to put in something different. Placing the pipes in the ridge vents over the cannabis cultivation areas will not be sufficient in controlling the malodors, nor will the perimeter pipes around the perimeter of the nursery areas. 2 of the nurseries don't have any pipes around them even, if you look at the plan carefully. On Plan A3.2, I can see the lines for the ridge vent piping, but I only see the dashed line around the nursery areas and the 2 processing rooms. And then in the processing rooms, they're not having the CamFill filters in the processing rooms. Steve Connor just sent me a picture on Monday. So one CAM filter is in a storage room, and the other CAM filter is in the seed propagation room. So they're not even in the 2, processing rooms. On page 3 of the OAP, York Engineering LLC asserts, due to the higher volumetric flow rates, there is no efficient and cost-effective way to direct odorous air into an activated carbon filter for greenhouse cultivation. As such, it is impractical for activated carbon to be used to control fugitive emissions from greenhouses. Odor neutralizers are expected to be the best control practices for the greenhouses. This just is not true anymore. Currently, the regenerative carbon scrubbers designed for open vented greenhouses is the best control technology, as evidenced by testing done by SCS engineers in 2022. I already mentioned about the 2 CamFill filters and where they're not located even in the processing room. There are greenhouses that have no roofs on them as you drive back into, coming on Foothill. So it would be a perfect time to start something new. So I urge you to uphold the appeal, and
Okay.
if you decide you're going to give them a permit, put in a better odor control.
Thank you. Jill Stasinos?
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jill Stasinos, and I live near 3376 Foothill Road, Island Breeze Farms. I'm also a longtime member of the Santa Barbara Polo and Racquet Club, which is across the street from the Island Breeze Farms. I'm here this morning to request that you vote to approve the appeal of the neighbors and residents of the Las Conchas Homeowners Association, the condos at the polo field. If Island Breeze Farms is allowed to grow and process cannabis across the street from the Santa Barbara Polo and Racquet Club, where I exercise in their outdoor gym facility and regularly play tennis and attend polo matches, I will be compelled to reconsider my club membership due to a desire to protect my health and my ability to breathe fresh, clean air while exercising outdoors. Also, I will no longer be bringing visitors and guests to play tennis, to attend polo matches, and to club social events. Other like-minded members will follow suit, and the Santa Barbara Polo and Racquet Club stands to lose much financially due to the loss of memberships. Currently, there are 2 cannabis operations within a few miles of Island Breeze Farms and another large cannabis farm that has not yet begun operating. I have completed numerous online SurveyMonkey odor complaint forms with Santa Barbara County, and despite leaving my contact information, I've only been contacted once several years ago. There have been over 3,700 odor complaints filed with Santa Barbara County with little to no enforcement. Thus, adding another cannabis operation to the density of the Nidever Cannabis Triangle will add to the continuous stench that the nearby residents have had to endure on a daily basis for the past several years. The residents who live in the 139 units in the Las Conchas condo complex should not be exposed to the potential detrimental health effects and the lowering of their property values from any malodors emanating from the less than 100 feet away Island Breeze Farms cannabis operation. Island Breeze Farms' proposed use of EcoSorb to mass distinct from processing cannabis is not a solution to odor abatement. EcoSorb has been proven to be harmful to human health and to the environment. Research has shown that regenerative carbon scrubbers are effective at reducing the amount of terpenes released into the air and eliminating the malodors from cannabis. Currently, regenerative carbon scrubbers are the best available odor control technology. If the Santa Barbara Planning Commission decides to deny the Las Conchas Homeowners Association appeal, then I would urge the commissioners to require Island Breeze Farms to install regenerative carbon scrubbers. Thank you.
Thank you. And we will move to those who are virtual.
All right. Currently, we have 4 hands up for this item. Our first speaker will be Jackie Travis, to be followed by Roz Robertson.
Okay, good morning. Let's see if I can, I don't know how to get my video up, but I'm sorry. My name is Jackie Peterson. I live in Carpinteria. I bought a home here 3 years ago. Prior to that, I rented an apartment for a year in Carpinteria to see how I liked living here. I liked it a lot, obviously. I bought a home. I checked out the cannabis issue with my realtor and and there was not supposed to be any odor where I was purchasing. Once I moved in, to my horror, I discovered that often in the evening, particularly late evening at times, suddenly my whole yard and home would be filled with the odor of cannabis. It rarely happened during the day. So I'm offering you the idea that the cannabis growers seem to know when to release their odors so that when they're being tested, or somebody is coming by and saying, gee, I don't smell anything, or my meter doesn't show anything. When they're walking by, these growers know when you're, going to come by during the day. You're not coming by it, like 9, 10 o'clock at night or 8 or whatever. I can't tell you how many times I've woken up and found my whole house smells like cannabis, even when I've had everything closed up and my air conditioning running. One of the people who spoke on behalf of the cannabis said that they would agree to whatever odor abatement you set forth. And you being the planning commissioner, I am asking that you set forth as part of their permitting process that they use the scrubbers, because it's been proven in 2024 that the carbon scrubbers are the one thing that works. And the rest of this just simply doesn't work or doesn't work well. And you have the authority and the right to do that, to say that. They have already agreed verbally in this meeting that they would agree to it if you set that forth, and I'm asking you to do that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And our next speaker is?
Our next speaker will be Roz Robertson, to be followed by Marilee Peoples.
Okay, hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Hi, I'm Roz Robertson, and I live here at the Polo Condos. And in fact, I've lived here for almost 30 years. And I've raised my kids here, and they actually both are living with me currently. And I wanted to express that we can smell the cannabis also, especially at night or at dusk. And I have had breast cancer, and both of my children have asthma. And so it really is a serious concern for us all. And to me, growing cannabis is not the same as growing houseplants or flowers. Because it's mind altering. I'm concerned about the safety of our neighborhood now, and for people who might want to enter the property for nefarious reasons. And I'm also concerned because the parking is very congested along Foothill Road, and that seems to be a real state concern. And, when I drive by Foothill Road, I smell cannabis from our condo all the way through to Carpinteria High School. And I'm a high school and adult ed teacher, and I just find that just reprehensible to have young people exposed to that on an ongoing full-time basis. And it's difficult to have confidence in monitoring the odor or whatever the plan is to monitor the odor when the odors are clearly present along Foothill Road 24/7. I also now work remotely 2 days a week, and my daughter works remotely 5 days a week. And that's a real concern for our family. So I appreciate your help and ask that you very strictly control the cannabis farms here in Carpinteria and here at the next to the polo fields. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker?
Our next speaker will be Marilee Peebles, to be followed by Paul Roberts.
Hi, good morning. Good morning, commissioners. I request you uphold the appeal and deny the approval of.
I'm sorry, I'm going to
county-
interrupt you.
Oh.
If you could state your name, please. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm Marilee Peebles. I live in La Mirada, about a half mile from Island Breeze. I request that you uphold the appeal or enforce and mandate 100% carbon scrubbers for this new grow. The residents of Carpinteria have asked for 7 years for relief from odor of cannabis. Instead, another grow is being approved without best odor control technology. The residents, county planners, growers, and a 2022 study have shown, and we all know that EcoSorb and all of these vapors do not work. They only add to the problem. The air in this area is already polluted from 3615 and 3561 Foothill, which is Autumn Brand and Glass House. Where I live, a half mile away, I'm affected by these grows. If wastewater were the issue, how would you vote? Fish have more rights than residents. Air is being polluted and there are no consequences for poor cannabis business practices. If a grower chooses not to use best technology, he should not be in business. The county can't regulate the cannabis now growing, yet is considering approving another poorly designed plan, which will only further pollute an area that is already struggling. This is cruel. Where we live, escrows are falling out due to cannabis odor. And you already heard another person is having trouble renting their property. Cannabis, carbon scrubbers must be mandated. I just heard both representatives for Island Breeze say they will comply to stricter odor regulations if necessary. This means 100% carbon scrubbers throughout their property. Please make them use carbon scrubbers if you do not stay with this appeal. EcoSorb, diluted or not, does not work. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And our last speaker, unless there are any additional hands, will be Paul Roberts.
Good morning. This is Paul Roberts, and I'm speaking in support of the appeal. I live in La Mirada. I've been driving on Foothill 192 for 35 years. I have a good understanding of the way the air is in 192 on Nidever, and at least 200 days a year, it's foul. It's been foul since cannabis started growing, and it's foul today. And I think it's important that the commission understands that the voices that you've heard who are not being paid are doing so on behalf of the health of our community. This isn't about money. It's not about property values. It's about the quality of our life. And almost everyone who has spoken in support of this appeal has lived in this area before the development started. I was heartened to hear that Ms. Wooten said that the applicant would, if the commission required, use best available technology in order to improve the scrubbing or the purification of the exhaust that comes from this industry. And I use the word industry not lightly, because this is a business. It's a big business. You have on behalf of them expensive lawyers and expensive consultants. And on the other side of it is those of us from the community who are getting nothing out of this other than preserving our environment. And so I want you to take her up on that offer. I think you should say, we agree, we'll approve this on the condition that you demonstrate to us that you have the best available carbon scrubbers, because I think I heard her say that. That would allow, for instance, the very poignant story you heard from the cancer survivor that lives next door. These people count, and the comparison between our health and 25 employees, that was a hurtful question. I think the question really is, this is the health, this is the environment of our community, and you have the ability to help us. You have the ability to help us, and that's what we're asking, really. This is just a simple request that you listen to us as the same way that you listen to the paid representatives from the cannabis industry who privately meet with you before this and do those things. This is just your citizens who elected you, who elected the representatives who appointed you, and we're asking you to take them up on their offer and require best available carbon scrubbers as a condition to approving this application. Thank you very much.
And thank you. I see no public requests physically, so.
No more
virtually.
hands online.
All right. So right now, staff, if there's anything to add.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm messing up here. We have the rebuttal first, then, okay. Still learning on the thing, but.
So, Mr. Chair, as I have it, are we starting with the appellant first?
Yes.
I have 2 minutes and 37 seconds.
Okay, no, you can go to the podium. He's just making sure that the time allotment is accurate.
There's really not much I can add, except I've lived before the cannabis was grown in the area too, and I've seen the shift where the greenhouses, they shut the window louvers at the top, and then they burped them from 2 to 5 in the morning, which was awful. And that could have, if that was their process, then that could really use a carbon scrubber. There's some greenhouses that just have the louver windows just open all the time. So, what's the point sometimes? If you're going to use an odor gun on county hours between 9 and 5, you're not going to hit the other hours, as someone mentioned before, at 7, 8 night, 1 or 2 in the morning. I think letting this happen where we live is just a downgrade, and if you destroy the property and the Polo, which is a big tourist attraction, how are you going to sell the area? Fenced off cannabis farms? I mean, what's the appeal? And so Polo and the area is something you should really protect, because that makes the place special. And if you just make it an industrial landscape that smells, I mean, you might as well move to another town that's got industrial landscapes and harsh lighting and a lot of smell. So, I hope you really consider this and what it's going to do for the area down the road. That's really all I can say. I hope you can really stay with us for a change. I mean, the Board of Supervisors, they gave one section of Siberia up in northwest Santa Barbara County. They said, okay, you can't grow here, but that was where no one lived. I mean, very few people. Here we've got a lot of people. please make this exception. It's something you can't, you can't probably turn back down the road. Okay, thanks very much, appreciate it.
Thank you. And now the applicant. If they have anything-
Yeah, I'll make one comment and then defer to Mr. Lin. I just want to make a comment. A lot of the public comments refer to it as if you approve this, as if it's a proposed project, when in fact it's been in full operation for the past 9+ years. At times of the year in full capacity of the 1.92 acres, and at other times weather pending, financial pending, smaller footprint. But this has been in operation for 9+ years, coexisted with Island View Nursery, the non-cannabis operation, on the same parcel without any customer complaints. So since it is an existing project, I just wanted to make that point, that it's not going to be anything different. I'll defer to Mr. Lin now.
Okay, and I believe your attorney, you mentioned what Mike.
Josh Lynn here, just very briefly. First of all, I can really respect what everybody has to say. It is an entitled project up until this appeal process. And as far as carbon scrubbers and the other improvements that are understandably being requested, that's just not something we can even get started on. We can agree to, but until appeals are totally exhausted, because my clients could spend millions more and then of course be shut down. So we're just trying to get to this point. I've asked the Polo Field folks, I've asked Jeremy Norris to try to just communicate with me. I'm open to that communication going forward. And I really appreciate everybody taking the time on both sides to just air this out. I know it's been a tricky one, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. So now we'll go to staff.
Thank you, Chair Martinez. I have just a few items that I want to clarify. So the project site has been subject of 2 odor inspections already, and permit compliance staff will schedule future inspections when the permit is approved. The odor consultant indicated that no odor was detected off-site on Foothill Road to the west and to the south of the project site during the last inspection. Based on the last inspection, staff estimates that cultivation activities are currently taking place in about 1/3 of the greenhouse areas that are proposed to be used for cannabis cultivation activities as part of the project. Regarding pesticide use, a small number of organic pesticides are permitted by the state of California for use on cannabis projects, and pesticide use by cannabis operations is monitored and enforced by the county's Agricultural Commissioner's Office. The Polo Field entity is not a part of this appeal. And lastly, I want to reiterate that the odor abatement plan meets the ordinance requirements and the standard in Article 2 that odor may not be experienced in residential zones. Thank you, and we're available if you have further questions.
Commissioner Part.
There are some things about the history of odor control in the Carpenter Valley that I want to go over in deliberations, but not now. But I want to clarify one thing with you, Ms. Byler. And, we've gone through a lot of hearings together. So this is like Yogi Berra deja vu all over again, right? And one thing I've asked you about repeatedly, and you've always given me the same answer, is something I want to bring out again. And that is with the Byers system, or really any of the misting systems. And I've spoken directly with Mr. Byers, who's complained that he will sell the system, and he wants to sell EcoZorb, and then people switch to something else that's cheaper, okay? And I think what we've established, because I'm not going to go through the 30 minutes of questions for you again, but you just confirm whether I got it right or not, is that the county, we do verify that there's an odor control system, like Byers, the physical plant. We require that a misting agent be used, okay? But no one at P&D does a chemical analysis of the misting agent that's being used to determine what exactly it is and what it does. Is that correct?
Commissioner, through the chair, thank you for your question. So the ordinance standard requires that the OAP is signed off by an industrial hygienist. So staff relies on the experts to confirm that the odor technology is going to be used properly as part of the project.
So in other words, the answer to my question is yes, that staff does not go through as a project is operating and determine that the solvent or misting agent is in fact Ecosorb or anything in particular. It's just something and it's operating, and you rely on that consultant's verification at the beginning of the process. Well, not the beginning of the process, but at the approval stage that yes, it'll operate. But no one's going through and verifying what's being used as the misting agent.
That's correct. And staff actually does confirm that the specific misting agent is being used, that as per the odor abatement plan, because that was what was signed off by the expert. So during our inspections, whether it's an odor inspection or simply a permit compliance inspection or a business license inspection, that's something that staff looks at and confirms.
And you know, to be more explicit, some of the projects have actually, from the get-go, at the approval stage, said they're using a piping system like the Byers, but they're using a different vapor phase agent. Is that not correct?
That's correct. And to add to what I said earlier too, APCD also monitors these solutions. So, and we have another condition, a standard condition that we apply to these permits as well, that if the applicant is planning to change that solution, they have to discuss that with staff and apply for the applicable revisions to their permit.
Now, you mentioned APCD. They're looking to see if there's some kind of dangerous product that's going into the air through the misting agent, correct? And so it creates this sort of a paradox that the more worthless the misting agent it is, probably the more likely it is that it won't have anything that'll harm anybody. Okay, I've been here before. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Reed?
I have a couple of questions. You kind of piqued my interest when you said the county shows up, looks at the findings of the industrial hygienist in defining whether or not the adsorbent odor neutralizing material used was the correct one. But is that analysis confined to just a label read of the reagent that's supposed to have been used, or do they actually do any sort of chemical analysis? I mean, a chemical analysis could be as simple as using a hygrometer in it to see if the density had been changed, if it had been diluted or something. So not horribly complex, but is it just a simple label read, or how do they make the characterization that the item used is the correct one in the correct concentration to produce the maximum efficacy in terms of odor neutralization?
Commissioner, through the chair. So essentially it is just a label read. They make sure that the tote that has the solution matches whatever is in the odor abatement plan. There's no chemical analysis or testing that goes on during these inspections to verify that what's on the label is what's being used in the system.
All right, another question. The appellant brought it up. Very interesting. Concerning the cultural practices or the operational aspects of the greenhouse operators. He made reference to the fact that they burped them, opened the ridge vents between 2 and 5 in the morning, ostensibly because there's nobody around to smell it at that time. But one of the things that's been universally noted is odor seems to be worse in the morning hours. Well, interesting thing happens at night. Temperature goes down, humidity goes up, there's cold air falls down, cold air migration. So if you have a bunch of odor emitting materials coming out of the ridge vents, perhaps the cooler evening air is moving it down toward the ground, making it more noticeable. Another concern is if all of a sudden you open those ridge vents and there's a lot of warmer air from inside of the greenhouse arising and going out those vents, all these odor absorbing systems have a operational capacity. How much volume can they neutralize in a given time? So all of a sudden you have this large surge. Is the system capable of handling that? The questions that you probably don't have the answer to, but I think would be very interesting if we're expected to look at this and make a reasonable evidence-based decision.
Commissioner Reed through the chair, thank you for your question. You're right, I don't have all the answers, but that is the kind of information that our odor consultant reviews. The odor, so our consultant, in addition to the hygienist that signs off on these reports, that's their area of expertise, and that's all built into the operation for the proposed project.
I'd love to be able to look at a proof source that defines the fact that these issues have been looked at and answered, as well as perhaps has the best available technology, has the utility of carbon filtration for the vast interior of a greenhouse as compared to the small interior of a little processing room. Has that changed? Supporting the evidence, and we've heard other unsupported anecdotal statements that it may be now possible to use carbon scrubbers for the larger volume of a greenhouse, and that may indeed be the best available technology, which is different than the best available technology at the time the ordinance was created.
Commissioner Reed through the chair, best available control technology is determined on a site-specific basis, and the county and the ordinance does not specify one specific type of technology.
Is there an existing document or something that actually describes the analysis that was performed by county to determine that the best available technology at the time of the initial approval remains best available technology today?
Commissioner Reed, we rely, we follow the ordinance. So the ordinance requires an odor abatement plan that is certified by an industrial hygienist. They have to sign off that what they're saying is going to control the odor, so it won't be experienced in residential zone. We do engage with our consultants to make sure that these odor abatement plans pass, the test of like, is this legitimate? Is this really going to, is what they're proposing even plausible? We have not defined as a county what best available technology is. There are strong opinions out there on what that is, but we haven't defined it in our ordinance in any specific way.
Okay. That consultant you use to determine these findings, is that individual or company ever available to appear at a hearing and answer questions directly in front of the public?
I know at the recent board hearing on odor control, our county hired consultant was there, Geosentech. Yep.
Okay, and so they might actually appear at a planning commission meeting as well, correct?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, just to help Commissioner Reed out. So again, we're doing the short answer is yes. They'll be here when we bring ordinance amendments before you. So then you can ask some of these more technical questions to them. So
any other questions by the commissioners? Commissioner Cooney?
Just to follow up with our secretary's statement last, I haven't heard that there is any work project related to changing the ordinance. All I know is there have been numerous opportunities for the ordinance to be amended, and so far it hasn't happened. So I'm curious if if one of our choices is to recommend that the ordinance be changed, as we have in the past, we should do that. But in the context of this hearing, it seems to me we're obligated to determine whether this project should go forward on the basis of its application. So, we have the big issue behind. Maybe the ordinance is flawed. I happen to think it is, but it's not going to change today based on this body's decision one way or the other. All we can do is focus on this application and the appeal that has been brought from the director's decision.
Oh, was that a question? I'm sorry.
I forgot the question. No.
You can respond anyway.
No, I thought you suggested that we'd have an opportunity to look at some odor control technology related to a project in the context of reviewing ordinance amendments.
So, Commissioner Cooney, through the chair, just to clarify what we've been asked to do as far as ordinance amendments go, it was really ordinance amendments related to the enforcement of odor complaints. So we went to the board probably a couple months ago, and we did receive direction from the board of supervisors to do several things related to the current cannabis regulations in the coastal zone and somewhat in the inland area. Those directions from the board was mainly on how we are enforcing odor complaints regarding to coming up with, as Commissioner Reed and I had discussed earlier, if it's possible to do objective standards for measuring odor at the property line, or what technologies are available for us to objectively measure odor. So it doesn't really relate to what you're considering today, other than in the future, it would provide additional tools to the county staff on responding to odor complaints. Mainly, the discussion of the board ultimately resolved around the current standards is that we have to get 3 verified complaints within a year, and to initiate us to contact the operators to improve or make changes to their odor abatement plan. And so we're revisiting that to say, is there other standards, other measures that we could come up with to either verify complaints or initiate actions to revise those. Other things that they asked us to do was to require annual inspections for the life of the permit. In the past, this commission has put a condition of approval on that's required quarterly inspections from the time it gets approved, and then an annual inspection. So we're taking that forward and requiring annual inspections. So the ordinance amendments that I'm talking about and that I had mentioned that GeoSyntec would be here for is really limited to those enforcement procedures and not looking at what is the best available technology at this time. And I think I'll look to Ms. Baylor because she's working on that with me. So I think I've covered everything. Is that correct?
Thank you. That is helpful, actually. I have no further questions.
Okay. I have one quick question. In regards to these odor inspections, are these like announced odor inspections? In other words, we're going to be there on June 25th at 12 o'clock to do an odor inspection, because if it is, it's like telling your college kid you're going to go by their dorm room and they're going to clean it up pretty darn quick. So are they announced?
Chair Martinez, yes, the odor inspections are announced. Permit compliance does perform unannounced inspections at times for the compliance of the permit and also for compliance with the business license.
Okay.
But the odor inspections with our consultant are announced.
And the ones that we're talking about, the ones that were referred to throughout today, those were announced odor inspections?
Yeah.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair and Commissioners, sorry, I'm interjecting. There was a comment from one of the members of the public about complaints being filed. We are currently reassessing our current procedures for questions asked for complaints, as far as helping us to be more responsive to complaints. That did come up at the hearing with the Board of Supervisors, and we're examining that platform. Currently, it's like, I think it's used through SurveyMonkey, where individuals can submit complaints. One of the things that had come up is sometimes those complaints come either in as batches or they come in without any further information other than I smell cannabis along 192. So we're trying to come up with a way to be responsive to the public, to be more specific in those complaints, to help us be responsive. If they're burping in the evening hours, then that could be identified. And then that, coupled with our ordinance amendments, could give us tools to address these issues. So that's what's looking at the horizon, what we're working on as a department to address some of these issues that were brought up today.
Okay. Commissioner Reed, it looks like your finger's on the button, but, okay, okay. Anything else? Okay. Seeing nothing else from the commissioners, then I would say this is into deliberations. And Mr. Cooney?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This has been an instructive hearing this morning, and a lot of it appears to be deja vu for all the commissioners here. Even Commissioner Reed, who's caught up, I can see, with the technology and is going to be valuable as a member of this commission in where we go from here. My overall feeling to begin with is that nothing other than a denial of the underlying permit, to the extent we can do that today, will present the issue satisfactorily to the Board of Supervisors on appeal from our decision. It's concerning to me that the appellants who are coming here and telling us their stories and their problems and how familiar they are to prior stories we've heard, but we've not been able to convince, other than a few growers, that the best available technology is something that that we feel ought to be a part of every project. In the present case, I should say to begin with, it's my feeling that the decision in court that Mr. Lynn discussed was appealed here, and that was part of the appeal. I don't think I care to spend any more time on that, because without whether there is a nuisance caused by the odors in the Carpinteria Valley is a huge issue, and maybe the courts aren't the best to determine that. But here we're talking about one grower added to others in existence and coming should adopt carbon scrubbers and be closely supervised in the installation to do the best possible job of preventing the odors from leaving the operations in the first place. And I'm not so sure that the operators here disagree with very much of that. In the odor abatement plan, which was loaded with information about the current growing, as they say here on page 2, processing activities will be continuous throughout the year, as the cultivation greenhouses will be harvested on a rolling schedule. Hours of operation will be 6:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. Monday through Sunday. And somewhere else here, they talk about the fact that all operations are continuous. So we have a real problem. It's if we don't disagree with our director's careful analysis, this project will go forward based on what this group of owners thinks is an effective conclusion to the odor problems. In the, I'm just going to pick out one other entry here. On page 3, the odor abatement plan says Due to higher volumetric flow rates, there is no efficient and cost-effective way to direct odorous air into an activated carbon filter for greenhouse cultivation. As such, it's impractical for activated carbon to be used to control fugitive emissions from greenhouses. So regardless of what testimony's been produced today by the applicant, it would appear if we say go ahead, carbon filters will not be employed by this particular applicant. If I'm misreading their position, then they'll have an opportunity to move forward in consultation with our staff. But for now, my motion on behalf of this commission would be to deny, to overrule the action of our director and deny this project from going forward.
Commissioner Park.
I'm going to support that. And to be real clear, whether Mr. Cooney's motion succeeds or not, there won't be the votes to approve this project. Okay, not here today. And I'm going to tell you why I'm going to take the position I do. I joined the Planning Commission, I think it was beginning of 2018, and my first day in the job was the cannabis ordinance, which we swallowed in one gulp. Big mistake. We should have taken more time, but we were told to get it done in a day because the board wanted it. And I have sat here for every single cannabis hearing, whether I had something better to do that day or not. And I remember them all. And Ms. Carrillo, I think that you were there every single time. We've looked at each other and said a lot of the same things. And you know, a big effort in Carpinteria was to get all of the growers to have any kind of odor control system. And I think that we as a group were relatively successful in that at some point. But then the issue became, is the Byers system, which most of them adopt, is it working? I've spent a lot of time talking to Mark Byers about it. I like Mark. Mark is a very forthright, honest person, very clear. And guess what? The consultant who was presenting for the very first growers to use carbon scrubber systems, that was David and Cindy Van Wingerden. Remember them? Remember their project? And their consultant was Mark Byers. And Mark came in and said, here's what we do. We basically keep those vents closed during the day, and then it burps out at night. It's not to evade detection. It's all about what works best for the cannabis plant, okay? And so they do let it out in that cold air at night, early in the morning. But what Mark proposed to us, and we agreed to, was, you know, it's going to work best if you got both systems working at the same time, because they found, since the system's closed most of the day, you can use the carbon scrubbers and remove the odors. And then when you burp it out at night, it's been cleaned up mostly already, okay? And so you can repeat that. You can vent, and you can also use scrubbers. When our very first project, which I remember was G&K, people said, no, you can't use carbon scrubbers, they won't work. Well, we found they could. Now, I recall Nathan Eady, who is another person who's painfully honest and very knowledgeable, and I cross-examined him at length at why they weren't using carbon scrubbers on one project, to the point that people said to me later, well, you were pretty harsh on him. But it's interesting, because there he was supporting the Byers system, but once SAS, which is Nathan Eady, chief engineer there, did its study, and it's a study I think was actually paid for by the industry. They found, and that's the 22 study you're hearing, guess what? The only thing that really works is carbon scrubbers, okay? So it amazes me today, we're still discussing whether we're going to use carbon scrubbers or not, okay? Now, probably in 2025, with the changes we've had at the Board of Supervisors, we're going to see an ordinance that says, guess what, you're going to use carbon scrubbers. That's my prediction, okay? And Autumn Brands was the last project that that was a controversy on, and I voted against it, and the rest of the commission voted for it. Okay, but that's the last one we approved, with one exception. Okay, so we've had 5 or 6 where we approved, and people came in, whether it was the Buyer Scrubbers or Invinity or whatever, and they said, yeah, we know this is what works. And the one other exception was where we had 2 growers in one house, a greenhouse at, it's the easternmost grow we have, and it's next to the Rose Farm. I'm not going to name names, but you all remember what I'm talking about. And for some reason, the commission didn't require scrubbers there. And guess what? It's in major, major litigation with one of Santa Barbara's top law firms handling that one. And so our record in the last few years is you got to have scrubbers, okay? And here we have a case, they're saying, no, we don't want to have scrubbers. I'm not going to vote for it. I've said it, the Autumn Brands one, I'm never going to vote for another cannabis project again that doesn't have carbon scrubbers. I'm not even sure they work, but they work a lot better than anything else. And I think the inventor of the vapor phase system would agree with me. Now, I sat here today thinking, you know, maybe this applicant wants to see if we want to have scrubbers, and they've kind of said, we'll do anything, we'll do anything. But I heard Mr. Lynn testify just a few minutes ago that guess what? If you want to have scrubbers, we're not going to agree to that. It would cost a lot of extra money, and he's right.
I did not say that, Commissioner. That's absolutely
Okay, well,
inaccurate.
it's not your turn to
I'm
speak
agreeing
right
to it
now.
now, and I'm agreeing to it before, of course. That's
Well,
that's
I'm just
literally
going by
right
the
in front
words you said, and it's my turn to speak right now, Mr. Lynn, not
Understood,
yours.
sir, but you have
So-
misquoted me. Thank
No,
you.
then you just kind of be quiet, and you've got your appellate rights before the board. But Mr. Lynn said, no, we wouldn't go there. Now, if Mr. Lynn or the others wanted to say, we want a continuance right now, and we're going to come back with an odor abatement plan that had carbon scrubbers and told us how many they would have and what the density would, I'd be willing to look at it. But where I am today, where we have an odor abatement plan that does not call for carbon scrubbers in any meaningful amount, I'm going to vote against it. So I will wait to hear exactly what Commissioner Cooney's motion is.
Commissioner Reed?
They never said these decisions would be easy. Yeah, I came here, I think of the guy, my background standing is if county puts in place a very rigorous ordinance, and we have applicants that work to satisfy all those requirements, expending a great deal of time, money, and grief, we should have some obligation to allow them an environment in which they can proceed. Although, you know, one of the things that this appeal is based on has to do with odor. And I come from a background that involved science and evidence-based decisions, and find that, to my satisfaction, that sort of data isn't available to make a determination one way or another. Also, the issue of the county inspector notifying the operator when they're going to make an inspection. At one time, I was in charge of FDA, Food and Drug Administration, relations for a healthcare manufacturer. And when FDA came to inspect, your only warning was the knock on the door, which I think gives a much more accurate impression of people's real operational activities. I was kind of gratified to hear the operators, the applicants' assertion that they would be willing to someday investigate and incorporate a more robust odor abatement system, potentially including carbon scrubbers. But at the present moment, one other thing I'll clarify, I talked about polo. I don't have any real issues with polo. At one time, I have a great-great-grandfather who actually raised and trained and sold polo ponies about 100 years ago. I traveled to Argentina, looked in a store that had all the polo equipment and stuff, which I thought was beautiful. So don't have any specific issues when somebody tells me they value something that's largely recreational over bread and butter jobs for working people. I find that sticks in my craw. So what I'm faced with after all these explanations and feelings, the need to make a decision for which I don't feel I have adequate data. I'm frustrated by the fact that when we're looking at emissions of terpenes, I come from a background of also providing advocacy for petroleum products. And so I'm very familiar with all the methodology to measure the emissions of volatile organic compounds, things like terpenes, FLIR technology, property line monitoring technology. I'm a little frustrated that that sort of thing doesn't exist for these. So given that position, and hey, also one more thing, I can certainly sympathize with the former flower growing industry who lost a lot of their competitive abilities due to arrangements of the government in reducing tariffs and other protection against foreign imports. So I understand that. I really sympathize with them. But right now, I don't really lack sufficient confidence based on available evidence to depart from the wishes or the direction that Commissioner Cooney represented, since this is in his district with his constituents. So I would, at this time, I believe, support what direction Commissioner Cooney might express.
Chair and Commissioners, I'm jumping the gun, so I don't know if Chair Martinez, if you want to say something or not. Or I do have a follow-up to the deliberations to maybe help frame the next course of action on a motion.
We do, Mr. Chair, have an issue here that there was an appeal from a decision granting the permit being sought. So if we vote against that, we have to basically come back with another hearing to make the decision, our decision, appealable to the Board of Supervisors.
I thought, well, I was going to make an announcement in regards to the applicant is requesting, at least written-wise, is if the opportunity is there for them to have a continuance of this matter, to meet with staff and to develop an OAP with scrubbers, of which I'm hearing is what is being sought, or at least inquired of.
So Chair and Commissioners, either way, we're going to need a continuance. So there's options that the Commission could consider as far as a path forward. One option is that we continue it and provide direction to the applicants that, or give them the option to revise their odor abatement plan to include carbon scrubbers, and then we could come back at a later hearing and the commissioners could evaluate that odor abatement plan and make a decision at that time that they could make the findings with an odor abatement plan that includes scrubbers. Option two is to continue it for findings for denial. If we do that, then staff is looking for directions on what specific findings can the commission not make. So again, I think Commissioner Park indicated this is deja vu. So just to frame that motion, this is a coastal development permit, which is similar to a land use permit. So the findings are narrower than a conditional use permit. So we don't have that finding for neighborhood compatibility, which a lot of the neighbors were indicating today. So the findings our discretion is more narrow today in regards to the coastal development permit. So we'd ask the commission to provide direction to staff which one of the findings can they not make so that we could come back with those findings for denial. Or we could continue it and go with option one to see if the applicant would have revised their OAP.
Okay, Commissioner Cooney? Your light was on, so I just thought I'd call you first.
Yeah, in terms of going forward, we accept that there is a continuance here because we don't have findings for overruling the decision of our director, and we don't want that to be done on the run without the appropriate legal support for it. I'm reluctant to go beyond that in terms of what happens from here. But if there is a continuance, then there would be opportunity for the applicants to meet with staff and come up with a different plan.
Commissioner Park?
I agree, sort of. I'm in favor of what Secretary Wilson has described as option one. That is a continuance with direction to the applicants to prepare a modification of their OAP regarding the use of scrubbers. If I misunderstood Mr. Lynn, I didn't think I did, but he thinks I did, then he should have a chance to rectify that. And I have nothing personal against Mr. Lynn. He's actually one of my favorite attorneys to talk to, so that's why I was disappointed he wasn't here today. But I would like to give them that opportunity to be as clear as possible what they're willing to do. I think that benefits the community. I also think it's the proper role of the commission. We're here to help the board in as many ways as we can. And if we leave this in a confusing state and then there's a necessary appeal to the board to clarify that, we're just adding a lot more to the work of the Board of Supervisors. So I think the Board of Supervisors will probably appreciate it if we continue this so we clarify just what the project is and then we deal with it then. So I don't know if that matches what you'd like to do, Commissioner Cooney, or not, but that's, I think it sort of does. And it's in line with what Secretary Wilson has described as option one, and it allows us to not have the burden of sorting through exactly what the findings should be today. It just says, let's continue it to the date that'll work for everybody.
And Commissioner Reed?
I would definitely be in support of option one, giving applicant the opportunity to return with a more robust odor abatement plan, hopefully with, appropriate proof sources to demonstrate that that in fact is the case. I would be reluctant to appeal and just, to approve the appeal at this point. I think we need more data. I think option one would definitely provide it so that we can provide the best possible product, probably for the inevitable appeal to the Board of Supervisors. But I think it's our job to really do the groundwork and come up with the best product possible.
Okay, so back to you, Commissioner Cooney, then.
Just to respond to that direction, I'm concerned that what could happen here is that the applicant will come in with a new project and the neighbors and the residents of the Polo condominiums will be opposed in any event to any new project that has as its basis the growing of cannabis. And so, I want to signal publicly that I would be very unlikely to support any project, no matter what the efforts were to mask or bind or defeat the odors within this grow. So everybody knows that, while I might agree to the continuance, I doubt very much that it's going to resolve the matter.
Okay, so do we have a motion from any of the commissioners then?
I'll move to continue it. I just need to have a date that might be recommended by staff. And I hope that someone can communicate with the applicants, and of course the appellants are here, as to a date that works for everybody.
So, Mr.
Maybe,
Chair,
Mr. Lynn, Ms. Wooten, you're online, right? So you can hear
Yes, sir.
staff
Yes,
discuss
we're
a
here.
date and tell us whether that date works for you.
Thank you.
so,
Yes.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, what I'm hearing is a continuance for a revised OAP to come back with carbon scrubbers. There's going to be some staff work and evaluation that goes into that. So staff's asking or recommending October 2nd to give us time to have a revised OAP evaluated by staff and then come back. So the date is October 2nd as a recommended date. And we just want to look at the appellants to make sure they're okay, and concurrence from the applicants as well.
All the public commenters are nodding, but I don't see the appellant. Mr. Appellant on the end. Okay. So October 2 is good and Ms. Wooten and Mr. Lynn, October 2?
It's just fine, Your Honor. Thank
Your Honor.
Commissioner, thank
Whoa,
you very
hey,
much.
whoa, whoa.
I never got that far, Josh, but I
It's-
appreciate
it's,
the sign of respect.
Sir, you understand this is habit and it's respect. And thank you very much. I appreciate that. We look forward to seeing you all on October 2nd.
Okay, so we're going to need a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Okay, and let's just do, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Anybody against? Any abstains? Done. Thank you. With that in hand, it's time for a lunch break. And in light of a special birthday request, I am going to say we come back at 1:45. Thank you.
Happy birthday, Commissioner Park. Thank you, everybody, very much.
Well, good afternoon, and we're now starting our last part of our Planning Commission meeting. And we have our last and final item to be called from our agenda. Mr. Villalobos?
Thank you. The following item is hearing on the request of Deanna Harwood and Frank Betts, appellants, to consider the following appeal, case number 24 APL, appeal of the director's decision to approve amendment case number 23 AMD9 and to accept the previous mitigated negative declaration, case number 97 ND 23, as adequate environmental review for case number 23 AMD9 pursuant to section 15162, the state guidelines for implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act.
Okay, I'm going to ask the commissioners if there's any ex parte communications that need to be disclosed. Commissioner Reed?
Yes, I made a site visit at the YMCA and talked to Catherine, the manager, about the project. I inspected the facility. I also looked at the parking lot and the fence between it and the neighboring properties.
Okay, and Commissioner Park?
Yes, I also had a meeting on site with the executive director of the facility, and then and that was Catherine Thompson. Then I met at Frank Betts' house with Frank and Deanna Harwood, who are neighbors just on the other side of the wall.
All righty. Okay, with those disclosures, I'm going to move this over to staff.
Thank you, Chair Martinez. I wanted to quickly introduce you to another one of my up-and-coming planners, Soren Kringle. This is his first time before the PC.
Welcome, Soren.
Good afternoon, members of the Commission, Chair Martinez. My name is Soren Kringle, and I will be presenting the Harwood appeal of the Channel Islands alterations to ours, case number 24 APL 9. The original planning case number for the amendment is 23 AMD 9. The Channel Islands YMCA is an approximately 31,000 square foot facility located on a 4.35 acre parcel in San Ynez. The appellants, Mr. Betts and Ms. Harwood, reside in the residential neighborhood to the north of the facility. The facility was permitted for operation and construction in 1999 by Conditional Use Permit 97, CP 54, and Development Plan Permit 99, DP 19. The project's impacts were also analyzed under Final Negative Declaration 97 ND 23, and all were approved by the Planning Commission on December 22, 1999. The amendment is a request by the YMCA's director, Catherine Thompson, to extend the operating hours of the facility's exercise room and adjacent restrooms to 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. 24-hour access to the exercise room and restrooms will only be granted to those members who sign and agree to the 24-hour member access agreement and pay its associated fee. This agreement form was included as an attachment to the staff report and includes stipulations such as no guests allowed, no bags or bulky items allowed, and no loitering. Guests can only use the facility for a maximum of 2 hours during unstaffed hours. A member's violation of any of these stipulations could result in a loss of their membership to the YMCA. Furthermore, the facility is under 24-hour video surveillance that will be monitored daily, and emergency alert devices are located throughout the facility. To ensure the neighbors directly to the north of the facility will not be disturbed by lights or sounds from cars and patrons at late nights and early morning hours, the applicant has proposed to chain off the northern portion of the parking lot during unstaffed hours of the facility. As a result, the only development proposed as part of this project is the installation of 2 posts and a chain that will be used to close off the northern portion of the parking lot during late evening and early morning hours. Appeal Issue 1 stated that Mr. Betts was the only one who received an email regarding the project. The project was noticed in accordance with the LUDC requirements for noticing. As you can see here, Mr. Betts and the other appellant, Ms. Harwood, were on the mailing list to receive completeness notifications. Additionally, because both Mr. Betts and Ms. Harwood were on the interested parties list, staff emailed them both individually when the project was approved to alert them of the appeal period timelines. A notice of pending director action was also posted in the San Ynez News in February, over a month before the director took action. A full list of noticing requirements that were followed is also outlined in the staff report. Appeal Issue 2 questioned whether or not the facility was permitted in the correct zone. As mentioned on an earlier slide, the facility structures were permitted for construction by development plan, and operation of the facility was permitted by a conditional use permit. Both of these were the proper entitlements given the zone district at the time. Additionally, Appeal Issue 6 states that outdoor activities were never allowed as part of the facility's operation. While outdoor activities were not specifically addressed in the original project description, an outdoor activity area was analyzed in the certified approved negative declaration, and there are approved plans showing an outdoor activity area. This amendment, however, does not involve any modification to outdoor spaces or uses, but staff felt it should be clarified. Appeal Issue number 4 states that the facility is not meeting its obligation of maintaining the comfort, convenience, and general welfare of the neighborhood, as well as being compatible with the surrounding area. Appeal Issue 3 also states that the facility violated its original project's approval with after-hour lighting and noise. Staff addresses these issues in depth in the staff report, but simply put, the facility has received 0 building or zoning violations since it began operation approximately 2 decades ago. Additionally, during COVID, the facility went out of its way to conduct a noise study to analyze noise impacts that could be created by a potential outdoor exercise class, the impacts it would have on the surrounding residences, and the study determined that there would be no anticipated impacts. Staff was alerted during the processing of this project that there were some late-night incidences where noise and light from the facility impacted the northern neighbors. Staff confirmed that one of these incidents was due to a once-a-year cleaning of the pool facility, and another incident was due to the interior light timers malfunctioning on the facility. Both incidents are isolated and are not anticipated to occur again. Furthermore, the incidents do not have a bearing on the project at hand, as neither the pool operation or any lighting is included as part of the project description. Finally, on top of the northern parking lot being closed during unstaffed hours, staff has conditioned the project to require permit compliance, which will ensure that there is devoted staff that can investigate and respond to complaints if they do arise. Appeal Issue number 5 questions whether there is a need for the facility to operate 24 hours. Staff feels that it is better addressed by the applicant, but I will say that staff has received 125 signatures in support of the facility's expansion. Catherine also informed staff that many YMCAs across the state are beginning to operate 24 hours, and that it is partly to stay competitive with other facilities who offer 24 hours of services. The Camarillo YMCA is a recent example of a facility that expanded to 24 hours, and attendance data from this facility was referenced in the staff report. Appeal Issue number 8 mentions this particular facility, the Camarillo YMCA, and states that it is not located to adjacent residential neighborhoods. However, as you can see on the photo here, the facility is located next to condos and apartments in Camarillo. Appeal Issue number 7 questions whether the 24-hour operation of the facility will result in it becoming a shelter for people experiencing homelessness. Given that access is only allowed via a key card provided to those members who have agreed to and paid the fee associated with a 24-hour access agreement, staff does not see this as a potential issue. Additionally, the 24-hour access agreement stipulates that members can only use the facility a maximum of 2 hours at a time when the facility is unstaffed. Therefore, even paying members cannot use the facility as an overnight shelter. The proposed project is consistent with all applicable comprehensive plan policies, including those in the San Ynez Valley Community Plan. The project proposes minimal development and remains consistent with all height, setback, and development standards from the LUDC for the C2 zone district. There's a full analysis included in the staff report. Staff used CEQA Section 15162 when conducting the environmental review for the project. And in summary, 15162 can be used for projects where there is an existing certified EIR or ND negative declaration, and the proposed project does not substantially differ or create new impacts from the originally approved project. Based on this review, staff recommends that the Commission follow the procedures outlined in this slide in order to deny the appeal and approve the original project. Those actions include: deny the appeal, case number 24 APL 9, thereby affirming the director's decision to approve case number 23 AMD 9. Make the required findings for approval as specified in attachment A of the staff report dated June 17, 2024, including CEQA findings. Determine the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to state CEQA guidelines section 15162, and grant de novo approval of case number 23 AMD 9, subject to the conditions of approval included as attachment B of the staff report dated June 17, 2024. This concludes my presentation, and I am available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that report. And commissioners. Commissioner Bart.
I have a pretty simple question for you, which is fair when it's your first case, right? No, to summarize what I heard from opponents is they're concerned that you might have all these ideas on how this is supposed to work, but maybe it won't work exactly that way. And something might go wrong. And what happens if something goes wrong? Do they send an email and somebody ignores it? Or so there ought to be a process for fielding complaints and responding to them quickly. Is there a process like that in the conditions of approval? And if there is, could you just sort of outline it for us?
Certainly. Commissioner Martinez, Commissioner Park, Chair Martinez, Commissioner Park. What I can say to that is we have a condition that requires permit compliance. So that's a separate case that the project will have to submit for, and that will remain open. And it essentially makes it so that we have our permit compliance staff who are there to respond to any complaints that may arise from neighbors if something does go wrong with the facility. And then furthermore, like I mentioned with the 24-hour access agreement, the facility is under 24-hour video surveillance. So it is assumed that YMCA staff will be able to review tape if there are issues and can either revoke the membership of someone if they're not complying to the rules of the facility, or can investigate further.
Let me clarify my question a little bit. And I'm not really talking about permit compliance by our staff here at the county. What I'm looking for is, can Mr. Betts, okay, he hears our big racket at midnight, or something's going on, or a light's not off and the gate's down, who knows what it is, okay? And he wants to call somebody right now, because it's not a facility that's supervised in the sense that there's on-site staff, but there should be somebody who is responsible, if you bring it to their attention, to investigate it right now, to go turn on the camera. Well, the camera's on, but to look at the security camera and say, oh, we're going to send somebody down there or whatever. So it's that instantaneous response that's reliable and it's tracked and that. And I think the neighbors want that and deserve it. So that's what I'm kind of asking. Do we have something like that there now? And if we don't, maybe we can design it in. I don't know, but that's what I'm asking.
Commissioner, through the chair, you're correct. There is not a devoted staff member that will be on call 24 hours a day. I know with homestays, there is a 24-hour, this is a separate permit type, but just to give an example, there's a separate, there's a 24-hour access contact they have to provide with the application. So if we could maybe discuss, incorporating that into the project description.
You know, it's a little ironic because this is following a cannabis project that we had today, but that's something where I think we made real progress, everybody as a whole, was to incorporate a tiered response system so that people wouldn't just have to call the county to complain, but they could call an operator and ask for something right now and get an explanation. And so I'm not trying to say we need to go grab the tiered response stuff, even though my mind's blurring on all these things, but it's a model of something that would help out. Thanks.
Commissioner Reed.
Yes, I have a question or two. With respect to the monitoring system, the video monitoring system, it's simply a recorder, it's not actively monitored? Is that the question? Is someone monitor it, or is it just a recording device?
Commissioner Reed, through the chair, that is correct. It will just be monitoring. There's not going to be someone behind the camera, so to speak.
So it doesn't go to a monitoring station or anything, just a...
It is my understanding that staff will be able to review the footage when they come into the facility.
Not in real time?
Correct.
Okay. Then also, according to your examination of the property, as I saw, would you confirm that the exercise, the rooms that are going to be open, according to this, are completely interior to the building and won't result in any additional new or increased light excursions outside of the building?
Commissioner Reed, to the chair, that is correct. The exercise room, and actually I could pull up a visual, They are both, I guess that doesn't, I don't know if I have a floor plan here. Yeah. So they are both interior rooms. The exercise room may have a window, but that window would be facing Highway 246 away from the residences.
Okay, thank you.
I have a quick question. So this expansion, is for 24 hours, is it just that portion which is highlighted there, or is it the use of the pool and everything else?
Chair Martinez, yeah, that is correct. It is just for the exercise room and the restroom. The pool will not be available 24 hours.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, thank you for that. So this is the time for the appellant.
Mr. Chair, how much time would you like?
Well, I gave the other people 10 minutes before, so let's just stick with that. Yes. Please.
Mr. Director and Commissioners, my name is Frank Betts, and I am one of the appellates, and joined with me is Ms. Harwood is the other appellate, and we're here to talk to you about the YMCA. I've been working well with Soren, and I appreciate all of his help so far, so thank you, sir. So today, it feels like I had to start the rebuttal already, but we'll go ahead. I did want to ask, is there a possibility I could have 15 minutes instead of 10? I'll try to do my best to stay on point and try to finish early, but respectfully request a little extra time.
Okay, but if we're going to get 15, then there's two appellants here, so you would have to work with the other appellant too. Harwood, Ms. Harwood.
Yes, yeah, we will definitely do that.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. All right. So on that note, I'm going to talk to you about three things, and you've already heard some of them. The first one we're going to talk about is the permit that was issued and the compliance with that permit. Then we're going to talk a little bit about the process that went forward and the notifications and why this shouldn't have been deemed a minor change to the permit, but a precedent-setting change for Santa Barbara County. And then the third and the last thing we'll talk about is going to be the safety and security of not only the community, but the patrons that use the YMCA. Let me say, I moved there in 2007, and I was a member, joined as a family membership, had a membership the whole time. I think the Y is can do a great service, but in our case, I think we've been doing some disservices. We talked a little bit about the zoning, and I know this pointer doesn't read, but the original zoning for that was a residential zone. It was a 1E1 zone, which is a 1 acre minimum residential zone, and the conditional use permit was deemed major conditional use at the time because of the zoning there. At some point in time, the zoning changed. We're not sure why or when, but it came to a C2, which is a commercial zone. If anything, given all the concerns that went into this one sentence that apparently you all are very familiar with, the C1 zone would have been more appropriate because it does also address the same concerns with regard to hours of operation, lighting, noise, landscaping. This one in particular calls out that the lighting does not produce glare on the adjacent properties. Okay, so that's pretty specific to go into this length of definition in detail. So we already saw some of this. This is to project out. So when you see where the Y is, they've already talked to you about where the adjacent neighbors. There's also two other neighbors on the same street, and I've recently built ADU. When we first received the notice, we asked our neighbors if they've got the notice. Nobody else got the notice, okay, that this permit was being supplied or issued. So what I'm pointing out to you across the 246 is the Golden Village, which is a senior living accommodation. You have to the left, going clockwise, you have the elementary school. Then, of course, you have the high school. The red arrows depict what I learned was supposed to be a 300-foot limit of notifications that should have been made. Possibly because of the zoning and the minor selection of that change, it did not require a public notice hearing before the approval was made. So in checking with the neighbors on the back side, neighbors on the opposite side of our street from us, with the Golden Village, nobody else received that notification. So you also heard that during the pandemic, there was a lot of complaints from us because as soon as they decided, the state allowed or the county allowed operations to start back up, they started up outside. What does that mean? They took all their spinning bikes and they put those bikes on the back side of our house or in the same area, which is about a 50-foot distance to that fence line that you may have seen during your visits. During that time, you would have the spinning class in the morning, and they would be with the music going. And if you've seen or been involved with that, you have an instructor, and the instructor has a headset, and they're voicing over the music and giving out instructions. We even added more noise. In the afternoons, what you see there is the Zumba classes that would be going, and you see the direction of that speaker. It is pointed straight at our backyard, okay? So that noise study that was done, I read a copy of it during this, in the folders of this proceeding, stated in there by the person who wrote that document, said the YMCA told them that during the times of these training sessions, that speaker was facing the building. So that was what their study was based on. When they did the study analysis and took the readings, they were 2 o'clock or so in the afternoon. And so if the writer of that document had to write down what the position was as speaker, that tells me he was not taking readings during the class. He was taking readings when the class was over, and the findings were as such. Voice level types, like what we're doing here today, is about 65 dB, and I think his report was 65 or less. So that tells you there was no class going on. They were not abiding by their conditioning and use permit. But let's go on to other things. We talk about lighting. So we got so there's 2 sets of lights that I want to talk about. One's the parking lot, and they've gotten the timers fixed now. But this is what was being experienced without the timers fixed. And so I credit them on making some changes to that. But they're still on at different times that they could do some better improvement on. The picture to the left is more of what's on that's facing into my yard, and more about the exercise room in the back that's not supposed to be used. And we won't. I'm going to skip this. We already talked about noise. This was the event that that Soren mentioned. 1:30 at night. Started at 7 p.m. in the afternoon. Went to 1:30 in the morning on Saturday morning with a truck out there running whatever cleaning equipment. And so after what we say 17 years, this is the first time we've ever cleaned this building? I don't think so. I've got to imagine it's been done so, but it's been thought through and done so to be in compliance with the permit. Not what happened here. So this was just last week. So these lights, from what I understand, are not on timers. And so when somebody has to physically go back and turn these lights off before they leave, if they don't, guess what happens? This light is on all night long till somebody comes the next day. And so again, 11 o'clock at night, just last week. Same pictures. All right, so now we've talked about the history and the compliance with the permit. Now let's talk about this precedent setting change. So they came and they said, we're just going to change the hours. That's all it is. We're going to unsupervised change the hours. We'll put in some security plans. We'll give everybody a key fob. Everybody know what a key fob is? Y'all seen one of these? So our industry is using them now too. They're not very reliable. I saw one at my banker's desk the other day. I asked them, they said they were having problems. But it doesn't matter what type of security system. We'll find one. They can get one that they can control the access. But since it was minor change, again, there was no public hearing. They're pretty much silent in there on They give you what the unsupervised hours are going to be right now, but they don't say if they're going to change them. I mean, there's full latitude to do whatever they want in there. We've already talked about the zoning. Back to the precedent-setting change, there is no 24-hour unsupervised fitness organization in a residential area in Santa Barbara County. This is why this makes this precedent setting. You just heard them say that there's a trend. The trend is to go to 24 hours. If it goes to 24 hours in San Ynez, it'll do the same in Lompoc. It'll do the same in Santa Maria. It'll go wherever they want it to go. You know, I did not go and look at trends across the U.S. That may be the case one way, you know, yes or no, I don't know. But what I do know is that there is another trend that is also going across the U.S. This was just for y'all's convenience that they don't post those hours, by the way, at Camarillo. You have to call and ask them. They don't tell you that it's 24/7. You have to ask again. And then they say, well, it's for special customers. So the other trend that is going across with these 24-hour facilities are people getting attacked and abused. They're happening with facilities that have signed waivers that say you're on your own here. I bet you they've got security systems. I'm sure that they also have cameras where they can see things, but the cameras don't prevent things. The cameras only record what's happening. That noise event that happened outside that we showed earlier, they couldn't hear it because their cameras don't have audio that goes with them. I don't know if the cameras inside the building have audio or not, but it really, you know, it doesn't matter. If we think that's something they needed, they would put that in. But this little event, and there's several of these, and y'all can go look at them, and you can, I'm sure you can find some of your own on there. But this young lady was at the gym working out, and apparently what happened was somebody came to the door, held up their security badge or their fob key, and, you know, did some motion, and she went over and did the kind human thing. She let them in. Well, you know what she didn't know? She let in her attacker. And you know what the cameras did? They caught it all on film. Now, they did prosecute that guy, but that didn't prevent that from happening. And so that event is over for that person, or for that facility, that one event. But it's not for that individual that got attacked. That's going to be a lifetime for them. This is about safety and security. We're going to a 24-hour unsupervised event. There's another one. Here's where, and I appreciate Mr. Director and Commissioner Park brought up the point about how do you contact somebody. This was a complaint that went in, and what they found is that complaints were being made, but nothing was being done about it. There was one attack at another location, and this one was in California. And the patrons, the other members, were not informed that that had occurred. They had to hear it on the news. So they're trying to keep this under wraps. These were some of the other ones I pulled up just to have handy for you. So what I wanted to do is kind of walk you through a little bit of a risk exercise. What we have in front of us is a risk, and it's an issue, and we have a chance to either accept it or do we recognize it? If we recognize it, we can do something about it. If we don't recognize it, then we're at risk of whatever may happen. Let's say that we do recognize it, but then we don't understand what the risk really is. It's just a 24-hour and we got security, you know. Then we also are at risk of getting hurt or something happening. If we understand the risk, we have a choice to accept it or not accept it. If we choose not to accept it, then we have a chance to mitigate to the lowest possible acceptable level. The lowest possible acceptable level of risk in this case is to appeal the approved 24/7, 24 hours, 7-day-a-week operation. If they want to increase operation of the facility, they're already approved on Sundays to be open, and they can allow people in, first responders that may not get there during the week. I understand a lot of first responders have training facilities at their locations, like fire departments and all. So they're not the ones that you're trying to cater to. I also understand there's only about 1%, maybe a little over 1% of the membership at Camarillo that even uses the facility during that time. So why the exposure? You guys have a chance, excuse me, Commissioner, Mr. Director and Commissioners, y'all have an opportunity to help mitigate this. I request, please, that you consider that. Thank you.
Thank you, and I don't know if Deanna Harwood would like to take up the rest of the time or not. You can save it, that's fine. No, well, that's fine, no. You can stay right there because I'm going to ask the commissioners if they have any questions of you at this time. Yes, okay. So do the commissioners have any, well, Commissioner Reed does.
Yes, I have a few questions about your presentation. First, well, let's start with things about photography. First, I noticed your picture about the Zumba. Where were you standing when you took that picture?
At the back, my back fence.
Do those women in the picture know you're peeking over the fence, taking pictures of them exercising without their permission?
I do not know, sir.
Probably not. Is that what I would think? Okay. You might want to get a model release before you publish pictures like that, where the person's recognizable when they have a reasonable expectation of some sort of privacy. Then these pictures here, the next pictures of the lights in your backyard, do you think they might be a little overexposed, or are those supposed to be an accurate representation of the light intrusion on your property?
So those were not taken with a very good camera.
Okay,
So they're following pictures are better or more clear. You'll see that.
The ones of the doors in the facility. Now, the sound thing, you got this black picture. What's that represent?
So,
Just a sound with
So
no
it was
lights
a
on?
sound. It was an audio recording, and I was going to play that, but I chose not to.
What did it sound like?
It sounded like a suck pump going back, washing machine type sound, something
Not like
that.
a clunk in the night or something like a prowler. Now, these pictures, the next two, they're a little more reasonable.
Yeah.
But what do these have to do with the application to have a 24-hour access to an exercise room that you can't see from outside? Is that really pertinent?
So what's pertinent about it is they're not supposed to have those lights on.
Okay.
And so if they can't even just turn the lights off for the facility, I don't know they're going to manage the other side. And it's, yes, it's on the other side, but it does have an outdoor or out of window facing out to across to the highway.
So in reading through some of your application, your appeal, it seems like in some respects you could almost think it's almost an accumulated list of grievances rather than something that's really pertinent to the application at hand.
I would agree that there's it shows a precedent they have set with a lack of care and concern for the well-being of the community.
Yeah, because some of your aspersions about staff and their operational expertise seem to me, as a casual observer, to be a little bit personal. I don't know, they don't really seem what I would expect. Now, where'd this little algorithm come from?
It's something I have developed from another organization.
So you created it, okay. I just wondered, and then then I just have some issues about whether your what do I say, your predictions, your remarks about the potential of crime occurring due to the fact it's going to be open 24 hours. I think some of those may be a bit of a stretch. I don't know, just my opinion on that. So that concludes my questions now, although I'm going to have more when we get to your letters and your list, your petitions. Thank you.
Any other commissioners have any questions? Okay, well, thank you. And this would be for the the agent, I guess, the applicant. Is there anybody from YMCA? Yes. Again, when speaking, if you could announce your name, and the timer will start when Mr. Villalobos returns.
Thank you. Good morning. Nice to meet you. My name is Jennifer Heinen-Stifler. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of the Channel Islands YMCA, a nonprofit. I've been in the YMCA movement for 20 years. This project is important to me professionally because I know how it can impact communities in a positive way. And also personally, my husband is a fireman and has to have 2 gym memberships, one for the Y and one for somewhere else so that he can get his workouts in. I also have here today Catherine Thompson, who is the Executive Director of the Stuart C. Gildred Family YMCA. So just a little bit about the YMCA. We've been serving the Santa Barbara community since 1887. We've been around a long time. We do a lot of good in the community. We're all about filling gaps in services and creating a sense of belonging within communities. We offer 3 key areas of programming: youth development, healthy living, and social responsibility. We offer everything from CPR classes to volunteerism to after-school childcare to youth sports and more. What we're here to talk about today is the Stuart C. Gildred Family YMCA, which has been serving the community for 35 years. And as stated earlier, the building has been in existence for 25 years as of this December. We're really proud of the programs that we have to offer at our community. We serve about 4,500 people on an annual basis. Not all in this building. We do lots of programs within the community. We've been operating under the CPU since its inception, which occurred in the 90s. And since that time, there have been revisions to the CPU on occasion to keep up with the trends in the community and the needs. This has already been shared. I don't think I need to belabor it, but this is where the building is located on Refugio and 246. It's located in a very active part of town. We have a grocery store, we have 2 schools, we have a senior living facility, we have a gas station next door. There's a lot going on a day-to-day basis there. And as already stated, we do share a fence line with the 2 appellants. I love the Y, but the Y is not a trendsetter. We are not usually on the forefront of what's going on. But as of last year, Club Industry, which is kind of a leader in fitness standards, stated that 31% of fitness centers are open 24 hours. And I can tell you that this is a movement across the country for people who don't want to work out during traditional 9 to 5, 9 to 7 type hours. It offers a lot of convenience for work schedules. It allows people to balance their personal life, taking care of kids, their commitments, allows people some peace and quiet in those busy gym facilities, and adds a lot of value to their membership as well, that they know that they can come when they would like to come. We did a recent survey this month of our membership to see the amount of interest in this. 74% of our membership said that they would be interested, okay? 4% said that they were unsure. 22% said that they didn't think that it was right for them, okay? But we heard a lot of excitement from this opportunity. When can it start? It's about time. This will get me to the gym more. Monumental positive impact in our community. We already spoke about this, but in regard to our permit, we're not asking for any new activities. We're not starting new programs. We're not expanding. We are asking for no new activities. Everything we're doing is indoors. It's closed to the public, only available to members who meet certain criteria. The members have to be in good standing as far as conduct, payment, and things. They have to have access waivers completed. They have to have a photo on file. They have to be over the age of 18. They have to abide by the standards set for this. We've also done a lot of things to create safety. We have emergency panic buttons. The cameras have been mentioned. We have a phone number available at the front desk in case of emergency. There are a lot of things that have been put in place. Our insurance company insures YMCAs who operate 24 hours. Our risk committee has taken a deep look to ensure that we're going to be doing this safely. This is already shown. I don't think we need to go into this in any more detail, but we're only talking about one room in the facility. This room is currently already unsupervised during operating hours during the day. Staff have pointed to this, and so have the appellants. We have already successfully launched a 24-hour Y within our current organization. At the bottom, you're going to see the Camarillo webpage for that facility sharing that 24-hour access is available. And we've already discussed the matter that it's in a residential community. We have operated this program very successfully. We have received no complaints to our neighbors, from our neighbors. And honestly, the only problem that we have had is on occasion when there's a power outage or something, the system fails and people can't get in for that night. I know the appellants have had lots of concerns that they outlined in their letter and their presentation. I really can't speak to zoning. I'm not an expert here. You guys all are. But as you can see, it's a very busy corridor of the community. They've talked about YMCA leadership and their displeasure in YMCA leadership. I can tell you we have a very strong and capable leader at the Stuart C. Gildred Family YMCA, including a very strong and capable board, both at our corporate and our local level. Anytime we have received complaints from our appellant neighbors, we have investigated them and we have corrected them. They showed two in particular, a lighting issue, which was a timing issue, which we've corrected. If there's ever a lighting issue, we will correct it. They also pointed to a noise issue. We had a cleaning service come in one night and they cleaned the building and they had a loud piece of equipment and they left the doors open. As soon as we learned about it, the executive director contacted that cleaning company to make sure it didn't happen again. These are very isolated incidents. In regard to the exercise that occurred outside, yes, we did it during the pandemic. It has not happened since, nor will it happen again. In the letter, there were issues presented about unhoused community members accessing this building. I think through the presentation you've seen, we've done a lot to prevent that, including limited use. And then there is successful 24-hour access in other facilities. Just in sum, I just want to share that this permit application is really meant to serve the community. We're a nonprofit trying to do good. An example of someone that would benefit from this permit would be Hannah and Cameron Randolph. They wrote a letter for you in there. They live in San Ynez and they work at the Santa Barbara Airport as pilots. And they say, we do not work consistent schedule and we would love if the Y had flexible hours so we could attend. This permit is to not put money in the pockets of our nonprofit. It's not to frustrate our members. It's done with the best of intentions to help people like the Randolphs, first responders, commuters, students attending UCSB, and others with non-traditional schedules to live a healthier life. Thank you.
Thank you, and I don't know if any commissioners have any questions. Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for an excellent presentation. You said one thing that I had a little trouble with. You said in talking about the protection of members who are using the late hours, there's a telephone at the front desk. Do they have access to that from the area where they're working at?
Yeah, there's a telephone available, and that telephone is meant to, if there was a problem with the building for some reason, it would ring a YMCA staff member. But what there also is there are emergency panic buttons that immediately dial 911 around the facility, including ones that they can pick up at the front desk, like those like necklaces, so that they can take with them around the facility. And again, only to that one room that's open.
Oh, just a follow-up question. I was wondering in your place, if there was an incident, you know, somebody for whatever reason is wandering around and sees the member go in and comes over and is able to gain access because the door wasn't quite latched or closed, what would be the reaction of you and your board, if any? Would you just say that's an unusual incident? We don't want to jeopardize our program. We're going to keep going.
Oh, no. I mean, we're here to serve the community, and we want to do it as safe as possible. We've taken great strides as we first opened the Camarillo Y to work with our insurance company to look at YMCA operations around the country who are doing this successfully and learn from them. And I really feel that we have. I think if for some reason there was some incident that occurred, the first thing we would do is we would review it and we would learn from it. We don't want to make repeated mistakes.
So, I understand it's a trend and people are looking for places to work out after hours. It's certainly a worthwhile endeavor. What I worry about is one incident or one situation that you had no way of controlling occurs, and suddenly the whole program is under attack. So what would happen if there's a serious incident and the program is closed? Wouldn't that impact other operations of similar areas? I mean, it's not just the Gillard YMCA. It's all the YMCA programs that are doing this at night. And so, in thinking through what would make it safer, it seems to me you always come down with a human being who's on site and discourages any kind of unauthorized entry. So you've considered that, I assume, and it's not possible to do that?
It is not feasible for our organization to staff a facility 24/7.
Thank you.
As a nonprofit, yeah. I know that there's for-profits, 24-hour fitness and things who do. It's not an option for us.
Okay. Commissioner Reed?
Yeah, one of your things you mentioned answered one of my questions. You have emergency panic buttons. How many are in those exercise rooms? Just one each or more than one?
Yeah, so what they are is so there's a button on the wall that will be positioned, and then there's also these emergency buttons that they can be grabbed from the front desk as the person comes in the door, and they can carry it with them around the facility and even wear it.
Okay, yeah, because my concern is, not so much crime, although that's a concern, but also people working out have MIs, they get hurt, they have other things, so that's also appropriate for that.
Yeah, and it's an immediate 911 dial.
Okay.
And there's a speaker in the room
Yeah.
that the person.
So it has an annunciator, they can talk back and forth?
Yep, uh-huh.
Okay. Secondly, you mentioned Camarillo has gone to 24-hour functioning. So we looked at some of the potential hazards named by appellant. Has the one in Camarillo thus far had any problems with infestations of homeless looking for a shower, or by criminals looking for unsuspecting victims? Has that been a problem?
No.
Okay, thank you.
My question is that, well, first of all, there is a 24-hour fitness in Santa Barbara County off of Broadway in the Orchid area, which is unmanned, and it does exist. And in that instance, though, when you walk in, you have a fob. You walk in, and it records who's walking in, so that if the member is bringing in their friends, their buddies, whatever, it is recorded and somebody can see it. Is that the kind of system you do have at your?
Yeah. It's a key fob connected to their membership. So when they scan the front door, we know whose fob it is, who's scanned. They cannot enter unless they have a picture on file. The system will stop entry if there's no picture on file, because we want to identify that, if Sam Smith is coming through the door, this is Sam Smith's key card, he's approved, and this is his photo. There's a camera directly pointing at the door, as well as in the immediate facility as you walk in. So we know who's coming in and out.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Reed?
Yeah, I have one more. I noticed one of the things we saw in some of the materials provided to us was a listing of you said about 125 people who had signed your little petition, hoping that your application would move forward. Those individuals, how were those signatures obtained?
That wasn't, I'd have to direct that to Catherine Thompson, the executive director, to answer. Would you like her to speak?
Good afternoon. I'm Catherine Thompson. We obtained those signatures at the front desk. We posted a sign asking if members would be interested in the prospect of our Y being accessible in that cardio exercise room 24/7. And if they were interested, we gave them information by showing them the 24/7 access video that our marketing department designed, as well as showed them what the 24/7 agreement would look like. And if they were still interested, we had them sign that petition.
Okay, so they made, I've seen the form, so it was at the front desk, and you're confident that when they signed that, they'd seen a full representation of what this would constitute?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Cooney.
Oh, sorry.
Oh. All right. No other questions? All right. Thank you. So now we will go to public comment, and all I have is one speaker slip, nothing on the.
I have some online.
Okay. How many you have in there? 4. Okay. Well, let's do the one that's here, and that's Kristen Callahan.
Good afternoon. I'm actually via Zoom. Do you want me to begin now or not?
We're okay. We must have been two places at one time, but okay, they gave me this one.
I was at the morning session, but I
Okay.
had to go back to work. Sorry about that.
No problem. You're first. I called your name first, and again, it's 3 minutes. And please, everyone who's making who's speaking, please announce your name first before you begin speaking. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Kristen Callahan, and I am here in support of the 24-hour use permit at the Stuart Gildred Family YMCA. I have been a community member for the last 20 years and involved with a YMCA for over 30 years. My first experience with the YMCA was many years ago when I was a mother raising 2 daughters who unexpectedly lost their father. I was employed full-time in raising 2 children on my own, and I needed help. The local YMCA provided a safe and educational environment for my children for summer camps and after-school care programs. Upon relocating to the San Ynez Valley, our family joined the local YMCA, and we have been very active users and members for the last 20 years. In fact, today, my oldest daughter, who now has 3 children and lives locally, has her 3 children in the day camp today, and they are at the beach in Gaviota on a field trip. I was a single parent for 11 years of my children's life, and I know how tricky it can be to find the time to work out and do good things for your health, to juggle busy schedules and to be able to fit it all in. I think the YMCA having 24-hour access to its members is a wonderful asset to our Y and can be a huge benefit to our members' health and well-being. I have had members of our community address me in public asking, when will it be open 24 hours? The need is there. For the last 4 years, I've served on the board at the Stuart C. Gildred Family YMCA. It has been a wonderful experience and has allowed me to truly see all the Y does for the community. I had no idea how much it did until I became a member of the board. I know our YMCA is trying to bring something good and safe to our community and are taking all the proper precautions to make the 24-hour use permit safe. I mean no disrespect to the appellants and would like them to know that if the Y is successful, I can assure them that if there are any concerns, that they will be addressed. I plan to use the facility during after hours, and I give my word to the appellants that I will keep an eye out for any concerning activity or conditions and report them immediately and see that they are addressed. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. And the next speaker will be?
Our next speaker will be John Ellis, to be followed by Jim Thomas.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
My name is John Ellis. I have reviewed Ms. Thompson's letter to the department dated June 15, and Frankly, her letter speaks volumes and tells me why their request should be denied and the appeal should be granted. They set forth, based on their letter, the process that they engaged in when they started this application, and they first artfully described their request as a minor change to indoor operations. In response to that, they are looking to add 10 hours a day, 5 days a week, 15 hours on Saturdays, and 24 hours on Sunday, all unsupervised, to their daily operations. That can hardly be described as a minor change. They then, and I'll do this briefly, they surveyed the existing membership and found out they would be, quote, interested, and that's their words. I don't think it gives us any information. They tell us they contacted the YMCAs across the country. They don't tell us who, what, why, if they're similar to Santa Ynez, if they're different. So I don't see the relevance of that information. What they didn't tell us, or what they didn't do, is they didn't seek any input from the neighborhood or the community, the high school across the street, the elementary school across the street, members of the senior living facilities. So they apparently weren't concerned about the impact on the neighborhood. They just want to do it. But let's look at the letter again from Ms. Thompson. She acknowledges that based upon the requirements of the 1999 conditional use permit, quote, the original hours of the permit were established based on the anticipated needs in the 90s, end quote. What she doesn't tell us is that the commission adopted paragraph 2.1.5 in the permit, which provides, in fact, it requires, quote, that the project will not be detrimental to the health, safety, comfort, convenience, and general welfare of the neighborhood, and will be compatible with the surrounding area. That concept in the law is known as the right to the quiet enjoyment of your home. And I see that I'm running out of time. I'm going to have to speak quicker if I can. She says in her letter a lot has changed since then. Maybe she's right, but the concept of quiet enjoyment of your home has remained steadfast. It hasn't changed. And frankly, I don't think you have to be a rocket scientist to know that allowing this facility to remain open 24/7, unsupervised, will compromise the quiet enjoyment of the neighborhood. And I'm sorry, this isn't about the valley at large. It isn't about the members. It's about neighbors. It's
Okay.
about the neighborhood.
I'm going to have to interrupt. You're surpassing the time, but it's in all fairness, three minutes for each person. Thank you.
Can I give you one quick
The
conclusion of this?
3 minutes is the limit. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Jim Thomas, to be followed by Danielle Loudon-Roos. Mr. Thomas looks like he's having issues with his mic. Let's go to Ms. Loudon-Roos, and we can come back to Mr. Thomas. And Mr. Thomas, if you need it, you can always call that number that I gave you via email earlier. All right, Ms. Loudon-Roos.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to pull this up. All right, my name is Danielle Loudon-Roos. Thank you so much for listening to us today. I am a board member at the Stuart C. Gildred YMCA, and I'm also an active member. I work full-time as vice president of Visit the Santa Ynez Valley, and I also have the great pleasure of being a first-time mom to a beautiful 14-month-old boy. My husband is also active in the community and works full-time as a private music teacher. Between both of our busy schedules, we have had a difficult time getting into the gym and prioritizing our health. And having the extended hours at YMCA would be more than just a convenience for us. It would truly be a lifeline. It would mean that I can still prioritize my own health while also continuing to serve my community and spend the quality time with my son that he deserves. As we've talked about already, the Camarillo YMCA has been operating with 24-hour access for almost 2 years now and have had 0 incidents of record. Our YMCA is located on Highway 246. That is the main thoroughfare that connects the entire San Ynez Valley. It's already so enmeshed in our community. It is next to the high school. It is next to another private school, a vibrant senior living facility, and just up the street from my local grocery store, El Rancho, that I go to every day. It's a prime location for easy access to our community members. By offering round-the-clock access, our YMCA will encourage more community members to maintain a regular fitness routine, promoting overall health and wellness. We all know regular access to fitness and exercise can help reduce stress and anxiety and contributing to a better mental health for our communities. A healthy community is a happy community. I'll just stop reading from what I've written down for a moment and tell you that after having my son, I suffered from severe sepsis and severe preeclampsia after giving birth. And being able to go back to the YMCA and work out was significant to my mental health and well-being and making me feel like I was in control of my body after what had happened. Being able to exercise on Sundays, in the afternoons when my husband is home and taking care of our son. These are all things that happen outside of the regular hours that the YMCA has now, and it would be pivotal in that continued journey for me to be able to feel in control. And I am just one person and one member of the community telling you how I benefit. I know it goes far beyond me. Thank you so much for your time. I would encourage you to approve of the CUP that would extend the hours. Thank you.
All right, let's try Mr. Thomas again. We do have an additional hand up. Mr. Thomas, I'll give you the line here again if you're having issues with your microphone. If you want to call in, it's 568-2092. That's 568-2092. And while Mr. Thomas is working on that, we do have another hand up. Oh. Is this Mr. Thomas? Okay, just one sec.
Jim Thomas, and I'm a resident of Sawbank. For over 30 years, I was employed by the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Office as a law enforcement officer. For my final 12 years, I was the elected sheriff coroner. I say this because in my employment, I have witnessed more brutal crimes than I care to remember. You may wonder why I bring that up as an agenda item dealing with an exercise establishment. Well, first of all, I'm a fan of the YMCA and was a member for many years. My thoughts on the issue before you are based on my experiences and instincts. It's true, there are other workout facilities in the valley, and some allow their members to use those facilities after hours. But there's one big difference between those locations of the YMCA, and that difference is the proximity of the YMCA in a very large gaming facility nearby, which draws hundreds of people to that location 24 hours a day. Like any large venue, there are all kinds of people, including those who may have a propensity for harming others. It's not difficult to imagine that an open workout facility in the later hours create opportunity for bad actors to assault innocent people who have no safeguards. Is the risk worth the gain? I recommend that the YCMA provide trained staffing at all hours of operation or keep their current hours and abandon this plan. Thank you.
We have one additional hand up, and that is Ann Wooten.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Ann Wooten.
I live at 3146 Horizon Drive, 2 streets from the YMCA. Lived here for over 36 years and been a past member for many years of the Y. And in no way do we oppose the YMCA. You know, they talk about that, but no, we are all for health and fitness. But what I do is I support the appellants because I want to address 2 issues: the lack of public notice and the lack of supervision. Changing a facility to 24 hours a day, 7 days a week is not a small change. Yes, it's a change. Open every minute, every day is anything but small. It begs the question, you spoke about a business in or a facility in Santa Maria. Was that approved by the county to do that? Was that part of their CUP? Or is this really precedent setting? By designating the CUP change as an amendment, public notice was bypassed and denied. Increasing the hours to the maximum humanly possible now of 24/7, that's not small, but as an amendment, it can go by quickly and under the radar. The YMCA's rebuttal states that 24 access is the growing trend, etc. Who are the businesses in the San Ynez Valley that they say are included in this 24/7? Approved by the county? Or was it really the city of Buellton or the city of Solvang? And as a growing trend, don't you surmise that this is just the beginning then? And what's the further expansion? With 1,400 members and 74% saying they're interested, that's not small. They say the room is available during 24-hour access. That room is currently unsupervised. Well, sure, you go to any gym and there's nobody in there in that weight room or exercise room, but they have somebody on site. Monitoring by cameras without audio, that's not a real solution. That's after the fact, after the altercation, after somebody's been let in, after the 2-hour limit, after their high school student coming in after somebody who really was supposed to come in. Of course, we respect the first responders. There's nothing about that. My husband had heart issues in the gym when we belonged to a different gym. Who's going to be there to help with a defibrillator if it's 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning? Who's going to go at 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning? The busy corridor is not busy 24 hours. It's busy during the current operations. So I would urge you, grant the appellant's appeal, properly designate this as a change, not an amendment. Allow the community due public notice and the ability to respond, which has been denied. Require the
Thank you.
YMCA.
We have to cut you off
to
right
have
there because it's
someone
beyond the
on
3
site.
minutes. Thank you.
That was the end. Just have them have somebody on site. Thank you.
Ms. Wooten was our last speaker.
All right. So back to staff.
Chair Martinez, members of the commission, I think that what staff wants to clarify is that the code doesn't specifically limit hours for gyms. The reason that the YMCA facility had to come in for an amendment to their conditional use permit is because their project description specifically limited the hours. So they have the ability to ask for that change, and we have 3 levels of change we can evaluate. The substantial conformity determination is the simplest. Then we have an amendment, which is what is before you today. And then there's a revision, which is essentially a new conditional use permit. And staff evaluated that, and the staff report includes analysis of why an amendment was appropriate in this case. And then I think, though the applicant reiterated this, that we want to emphasize that the project pertains specifically to the interior use of that one room and the bathroom within the existing structure. There's no expansion of outdoor uses proposed as part of the project, no new lighting proposed. It would operate the same as it is now, and the applicant, of course, can address how they'll implement those requirements for lighting operation, but I think they've established that they were isolated incidents and how they would address those in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions right now, staff? Seeing none, let's look to the appellant. If they wanted to make any other comments, they have that additional time.
David, there should have been a single photo on a PowerPoint that Soren was going to get into the folder yesterday. Did that make it into the folder?
Is that the picture of the gate?
Yes, sir.
We had it mailed to us last night.
Can you just pull that up for a second? Okay. So appreciate everybody's comments and understanding as to the decision you have before you. Last Saturday, I thought I'd walk over just to see the light conditions because they have been, we call them, or they're being called one-off events, but it's taken some time to get to where they are now. And like I gave credit that they've gotten a lot better. But I decided to walk over just to take a look myself on Saturday night in preparation for today, and I was just to walk around. And when this is on the north side south side of the building, this is right past where that exercise room is. And so it's in a secluded area between the building and Highway 246. This gate I walked up to it. I had a video. The video is too large to actually show you, but I think this shows you the point. So I'm there 11 o'clock at night, and I walked through the gate to see where it goes, which I already kind of knew. And that is the fence gate that fences in the entire back area of access to the YMCA. So we're talking a lot about the entrance to the YMCA. We're not even taking care of the back side of the YMCA. And so that goes back to my care and concern and the history that I presented earlier of them not being able to abide by the existing conditions that they have, that they're supposed to follow. And not follow it just because it's on paper. Follow it because that's the right thing to do as a community service as a service inside our community. And so I thank you for the time and the opportunity. And I did apologize. I forgot to mention happy birthday, Commissioner Park. Thank you.
Any questions?
Yes.
Commissioner Reed.
I have a couple of questions. You provided, along with your appeal, a number of, a copy of a letter, basically like a petition, and a number of signatures on that were obtained by DocuSign. I've gotten a lot of DocuSign things just in the past. Normally they're part of a contract or something, and normally they come off of some distribution list. So did you do a mailing with a cover letter to some distribution list in order to obtain these?
So we had a, yeah, we did that? Yes. Okay. Yeah, so we did a couple of different ways. I went through the list of people I had and would send them notes, hand out the hard copies. And some you'll see that aren't DocuSign.
I saw some are signed in hard copy,
yeah,
originals.
Yeah, the ones that don't say DocuSign, those are the ones I collected because I don't have DocuSign. And the ones with DocuSign, my partner here collected. So that we did it both ways.
So you collected those among people that live nearby that are acquaintances?
Yeah. Yes,
or
sir. Yes, sir.
A widely ranging number of people? You think they all read that letter in its entirety before they signed, attesting to the fact they agreed with it?
Well, most of them I talked in person too.
So you gave them a
yes, sir.
personal
Yes, sir.
representation? Okay. Okay. Now, as to the distribution list, the nature of it, where did it come from? Who were the people on it? Were they people that lived just nearby? Or was it a more general laundry list of people in the area? Because I happen to know a couple of names that were on that.
Okay.
And one guy I know lives about 20 miles away.
Okay.
So,
I'm going to let Ms. Harwood address that.
Hi, my name's Deanna Harwood.
sure.
This was just conversation. Frank and I were really the only ones that received the notice of the change of the operation.
Yeah.
We just started talking about it amongst our peers in the community, the whole community. The Santa Ynez Valley consists of Buellton, Ballard, Los Olivos,
Right.
Santa Ynez, and Solvang. We just started talking about it amongst the community and nobody was aware of it. We decided we needed to bring it to their attention. So Frank generated a letter, an entire letter, that we provided to as many people as we could. We didn't have people walking in under roofs, so we had to actually pound the turf, get out there, talk.
Right.
We gave them the letter first outlining, and if they chose to sign it, we would either go to them so they could sign a hard copy, or I do have DocuSign because I'm a Realtor.
Right.
So I was able to load the entire document, not just a signature page, the entire document for them to review before they signed. We
Okay.
didn't send in the entire document to you with every signature because we thought it was repetitive.
Well,
But
it makes
yes,
a really big
each
document
DocuSign
to
has the
transmit.
entire contract in it.
Okay. So it was kind of a listing of people distributed throughout the valley.
Just people that we were able
more
to
than
talk to.
People who are very close, who would be perhaps directly affected by it. So,
That were unaware that this change was happening and they
Right.
wanted to be informed.
right, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? I do have a quick question about this photo. This photo shows this is the back gate to the back end of the YMCA, correct? This
Yes,
is where the exercise room is. And that light that's depicted, that's shining in the front, that's on all the time, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's not the light that's shining towards your house?
No, sir. So there are 11 what they call security lights around the building. And inside the conditional use permit, it says 6 of those get turned off at dusk, and only 5 are left on. The 5 that are left on face the parking lot and this side. And so that, on the back side, those lights are off most of the time.
But the light that's being shown within your photo is on 24/7?
Yes, no, it cuts off. Those emergency lights are dusk to dawn.
Okay. So this is the light that would be outside the exercise room?
Yeah,
Okay.
essentially.
Okay. I'm just orienting myself in regards to the lights that you were showing within your photos and the concerns about additional lighting. Okay, thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
The applicant, YMCA, you don't have to, but if you wish, you can. Thank you, thank you. So now we'll take it into deliberations. Commissioner Part?
You know, I've thought about this a lot because I live up there. And I'm minded of a saying we lawyers have, and I've got good lawyers on either side, and they all have heard this before, that a good settlement is one that neither side likes. And that's kind of where I'm at. So I think as I go through my position, I don't think the Y's going to like it, and I don't think the appellants are going to like it. So maybe it's a good idea. We'll see. I generally support this idea. I think there's a lot of people that I know, people that I've heard from, that they want more hours to come and do something, and they've got all sorts of reasons. Some want to come in much earlier. Some want to come in the evening when they get a chance to do this or that. And some don't want to be around a lot of people. There's all sorts of reasons. So I generally like it. It's not really a novel idea. There's fitness centers that are open all over. They may not be nonprofits or YMCAs, but the idea works. On the other hand, I have heard a lot of information from the appellants and other people in the community that they have some grave concerns, and they want to know, is it going to really work? Because you know, the Y has great regard in our community, and I want it to stay that way. And but our community needs to feel that it's being heard and has some input, and I want to respect that too. So let me tell you what I have in mind. Some of these things are just practical. One thing that the Y has proposed is chaining off part of the parking lot during the evening hours. And I don't know if everyone here is familiar with that parking lot, but this is something of real significance because it's I don't know how much of the parking it is. It's a third, 40%, whatever. It's a big side of the parking lot. And it's the side of the parking lot that is just across the boundary line from our appellants' properties. And I've spoken to the appellants. I spoke with them for about an hour and a half. That's a lot easier for them to express themselves in a conversation like that than in 10 minutes here. And, you know, it's kind of a rude awakening to have the Y open at, when do you open? Is it 5:30, 6 o'clock? 5:30. And at 5:30, somebody shows up and starts banging their car doors and talking to somebody they're with, and you're not even woken up yet. And that's a problem for the people that live next door. So I understand that issue, and I think the Y's got a good idea to chain that off. But here's what I want to do. I want to support your project, but I only want to do it if these changes occur to your description. One, I want that chain to stay there till 7 in the morning, because I want the people here to regard you so well that they think that with this project happening, it actually makes things better for them, not worse for them. And I think that if you keep that chain up till 7 in the morning, it won't impact your people that are coming in the middle of the night. They won't care. And it will make it easier for the neighbors. Even if you decided to abandon the after hours thing, it's a good change. I am concerned about the supervision. You know, I get it on staffing. One thing that the Y representatives didn't mention, but I'm familiar with businesses all over the San Ynez, sometimes it's hard to get staff. There's a lot of good restaurants and other things that can't really maintain their hours because they can't get enough shifts. And if you wanted to staff that all night, I think you'd have a hard time finding enough people in the valley. And I think that's the way our society's going with artificial intelligence and monitoring and videos and all that. We're going to see less actual on-site staffing, and we're going to see more businesses operating without that. But I think there needs to be an opportunity for neighbors or anyone else to complain or express a problem, and that there is an immediate live response, okay? So they should be able to call a number and somebody will answer it. It won't go to an answering machine and say, we'll call you tomorrow when we open at 10 in the morning. It needs to be somebody right now saying, there's a broken window, there's a this, or there's a that, the lights are on, whatever it is. They need that immediate response. And you know, staff is probably laughing inside because I'm thinking of the tiered response system we have for the cannabis things, but it's that kind of an idea, that it's a live response for immediate complaint. And that's a kind of supervision. That's not having an on-site staff, but it's a kind of supervision. I mean, my God, our Identiflight system for birds at the Strauss Wind Energy Project has on-site staff that are I think they're in New Jersey, that are monitoring the cameras that have an AI system that shuts down the wind rotors. But at least they have somebody, and maybe the Y is going to need that in the future, that there's a regional Y organization that has somebody monitoring cameras for all the different Y facilities. I don't know, but I want to see that. A third thing I want to see, well, I'm on a roll of weird planning ideas that could be incorporated here, is adaptive management. That is, if you have serious incidents, which I kind of doubt will occur, but it's possible. What I want, if there's a pattern of them, or even just one that's serious enough, I don't want somebody to have to call Supervisor Hartman or Supervisor Nelson and say, will you enact a new ordinance? Or will somebody contact county council to sue to modify this CUP or something like that? We need something that occurs that if there's a serious incident, serious enough, or a pattern of serious incidents, that it requires something to happen from P&D to look over the conditions of approval and see if we have an adequate program for supervising or whatever it is, And they can then recommend that there be on-site supervising or the program be shut down or something, so that people in our community have faith that there will be a response from county government if this isn't working out. So those are things I want. I will vote for this project if those are incorporated. I won't if they're not. I think that these ideas can be put together and expressed with more precision than I've just expressed, but at least I'm getting the idea across. And that to do that will take some time, and therefore I think that this matter should be continued so that those ideas can be developed, one, and two, to give those people that think this hasn't been adequately noticed a second chance to make sure the public is aware that, that this is happening and the public can come and speak at the next hearing. So what this all turns into is I want to make a motion to continue this to an appropriate time that staff would recommend. And I want staff, before it answers, to think about what it will take to draft the kinds of changes that I have in mind, with, of course, the input from the YMCA. Now, we should probably hear from the other commissioners. They may all think I'm all wet and they want to just approve it without this, or they don't want to approve it, or whatever. But that's what I want. Thanks.
Commissioners? Commissioner Reed?
If it were in my own district, I wouldn't be voting this way. But since it is in Commissioner Park's district and literally almost his, what would be your front yard, not your backyard, I will go along with what I think are his reasonable suggestions, provided they be acceptable to the YMCA. I would hope that after being neighbors for some 17 years, we can get things worked out harmoniously and come up with something that will be agreeable for both the Y and their neighbor, and we can kind of dispense with what seems to be kind of a history of problems and things. It'd be nice if you could work out a system where you can reason out things. So I would be, as I said, in support of what Commissioner Park has suggested.
Commissioner Cooney, do you have anything to add?
Well, I am willing to support the continuance and leave to staff and the applicant to work out the specific issues. Nothing Commissioner Park mentioned was outlandish, and I feel we can work something out short of denial, which would be the goal. And so I'd vote in that way on this issue at this time.
Okay, so then we'll be looking for.
Chair and Commissioners, just, I think we've heard from the commission as potential direction, but I think before we go too much further, we look towards the applicants if they are even willing to do this. Otherwise, we might have a different direction.
Okay, well, why don't we have them speak to each other? Take a little 5-minute break, have them speak to each other, then we'll come right back in regards to it. But before we take that break, I would say that I full-heartedly agree with what Commissioner Reed indicated. And if it was in my district, I would be looking at favorably things, but I agree with Commissioner Park, which is trying to be the peacemaker and avoid any neighbor disputes or anything like that. I understand that. And because Commissioner Park's district, I'm going to follow his lead, especially in regards to this thing. Thank you.
There's a number there to dial, and you get a live person. In fact, I know him. It's Mike Vieira. He lives in the valley, and that's the kind of thing I have in mind. Okay, that there's something real, and I'm just talking about the gas station because that's an example of how that exists in the valley right next door and how well it works. All right, thanks.
Okay, we'll be right back in 3:27. Let's put it that way. Thank you. Okay, here we go. Welcome back to the Planning Commission, and we're in our final session of today. And I'm looking for the direction from staff or Mr. Wilson as to what the suggestion is.
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, we did meet with the applicants during the break. The applicants are okay with items 1 and 2, which we could do today if we wanted to amend the project description and revise the project description to include chaining the north parking lot off till 7 and then having a live response available for any calls that come in after hours. So 1 and 2, they're in agreement with. Number 3, which is adaptive management plan, is a little nebulous for them to agree to today, or even staff to provide direction on. So if we wanted to explore an adaptive management plan, we'd have to continue that, and we'd look for Commissioner Park to provide, or the commission to provide further instruction on what that would look like. Or we could look at just the enforcement of conditions as it is, could be considered an adaptive management plan. If there's any incidents or complaints, then we would have permit compliance involved in working with the applicants on addressing those. So by implementing items 1 and 2, and with the conditions for permit compliance, that could be considered an adaptive management plan. If there's an incident there and the live response fails or is there an issue, then staff could use permit compliance to work with the YMCA on coming up with any corrective actions if needed. So that's where we're at.
Commissioner Park?
I think I've already said this today. Let's not overthink this. I want to see some changes that are simple, and I think they will broaden the support in the community for the Y in this effort, which is a good thing to do. And that by continuing this for some period of time, the community, I think, will feel that it's had adequate notice and has gotten its input, and that I think Mr. Wilson is correct that we can probably accomplish some of these 3 things today. Although every time we say that, it never works, that we try to revise on the fly and it takes 10 times as long as we think it does. And sometimes we say, oh, we really need to stop and think about this. So I think these are 3 concepts. I left them deliberately nebulous because I'm trying to not be a lawyer and do everybody else's job, which I shouldn't be. So I still think we ought to continue it and work on all 3 concepts, and they're not going to be all that scary, and do our best.
So Chair and Commissioners, staff's recommending August 28th for continuance.
Commissioners, you fine with that, Deb? Fine with the continuance to August 28th?
I am.
Okay, so you guys are looking for the motion for the 28th?
Chair and Commissioners, that's correct.
Okay.
I move we continue this to August 28.
Yep. Commissioner Cooney, I'll say aye if you agree.
Aye.
Anyone abstain? Anyone disagree? Okay, well, that concludes our meeting of today. Thank you very much, and have a safe drive home. Wait a minute, Mr. Wilson has something to say.
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, yeah, we are adjourned. I think the director was going to come in right now, after we adjourn.
Oh, okay. So we're going off TV right now. We're adjourned. Okay.